here we go. It's time to go racing. FZ85 Junior getting ready to go out to the racetrack for their pre-final. Welcome back to Kart Chasers coverage, and welcome to all KC Premium members. As always, my name is Caleb Vieska. Alongside me in the booth, the voice of Rotax Racing himself, Mr. Henry Baudet, as this new class integrated by Billy Musgrave and Rotax officials. The shifter package, 85 cc's. This one getting ready to go green with John McClellan, and yesterday's two of yesterday's protagonists. Homer Heeman starts on row number 1 with RJ Brown and Wyatt Kroger on row number 2.
Brandon Ing, Elite Simonellic, and Drake Williamson round out the field. I have to say, Caleb, Heat 2 for this grid was the best race of the day yesterday. Really good to see young drivers learning the art of shifter kart racing. Occasionally there'll be a misshift as they learn the extra power, the front brakes, all the things that Billy Musgrave talks about, which gives them extra tools in their locker to use in direct drive or, shifter kart racing. And I expect to see more of the same today. Homer Heeman in the 543 kart. The rest of them all factory kart liveried machines. But it's going to be, there's McClellan, Western Australia, Perth originally. He's got that nice Aussie sort of laid-back attitude about him, like that.
Well, here we go. We look on the lights. McClellan's on the inside, Heeman's on the outside. We look for the whole shot. And it's a good jump off the line for John McClellan, who's in the lead.
Out to turn number 3, up the straight towards the infield section, the cutbacks through the infield. McLaren leads, RJ Brown for the R3 Speedfab team second, and Homer Heeman getting monstered there at turn number 7 down to P4 behind. I think that was Brandon Ing coming through. That was a 5.79. It was Ing up into P3. Our outside front row man down to 4th. But look at that. This is what we saw yesterday. 5 in a battle for the lead. Oh, tripping over each other through the new part. I like what you said. The legacy circuit and the new circuit.
Yeah, that circuit with a lot of races that a couple of the first times that this place raced on the national scene, that's what they raced. And then the extension, added something different to the racetrack, and that's really what everybody talks about whenever you talk about the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. That in turn number 1, how high speed it is, and how it's just very, on the limit, on edge, if you will, whenever you're out there ripping the high side or just, going through it in a turn 1. This time, though, battling up front, John McClellan yesterday set up a couple of crossovers. This time it's not going to work on RJ Brown, who's going to go to the points of the field for the first time this weekend. And on the inside, Brandon Ing catches John McClellan by surprise, and Homer looking to go by as well for 3rd. He's clear. Here comes Kroger, and these top 5 drivers delivered great racing action yesterday in heat race number 2, Henry, and it's exactly the same here today in the pre-final.
Yep, up at the front, RJ Brown, Reggie, John Brown the 3rd. Well, set his mum, it's RJ. 3 generations of Reggies. Granddad, dad, and now son leading the way. Driver out of Smithville, Missouri. And Brandon Ing following, and with a recovering Homer Heeman, Wyatt Kroger with a great move to 4th. John McClellan's probably looking around thinking, well, what happened there? I was 1st and now I'm not even on the podium, down to 5th. This sets the grid for the main event though, and up over that crest there, avoiding that bump on the outside. Now you can see, look at the way that the levels, you can see the tarmac, it almost has waves in it, where you can see the rubber that's been laid down. They're the bumps, these Midwest, hot summers, cold winters, the tarmac is well worn as you know, expands and contracts over the seasons here. And you can see there, it looks, the drivers working the bumps there. Such a physical section of corners, turns 1, 2, and then out, it gets spat out of turn 3 up this straight towards 4. Oh, RJ Brown, Brandon Ing almost misses his braking zone there, and doesn't feed him a bumper, might feed him a right wheel here, side by side.
Brandon Ing stuffed it there on the inside, turn number 7, and he wasn't going to look back. This kid having a great day so far. Brandon, just some heater moves here so far, throwing some haymakers and, you know, keeping us on the edge of our seats. Is now RJ Brown stuck on the high side. We talked about how dirty it was out there, the marbles. That didn't help him out all too much, and Homer Heeman able to stick it down on the inside. Turn 13, he's going to get clear for second.
Out of the final corner, across the start-finish line. I had a message from one driver's dad to say the circuit looks beautiful, and if, you know, however beautiful it looks on camera, it does not compare to seeing it in the flesh. Yes, this is an absolutely, I won't say pretty, that's not the right word. Of go-kart circuits, this is Augusta. You know, it's got that private members club look about it. It was a private members club initially, as we look back at some of the early action as we've got to, here's the move, and that was on the anchors. Yeah, it just feeds him a left rear ever so slightly, but that was already halfway through the move.
You see he gets it turned in time, though. He's well on the brakes, gets it turned in. Yeah, just kind of gets into the side of him there, but, you know just...
and that's young drivers learning the width of the kart, the power of the kart, the front brakes, and you know.
And also just downshifting at the same time, and then grabbing the gear to get out of the corner as well. So
stops it on a sixpence.
It's a great way to develop racecraft. You know, when you talk about shifter racing, this is, you know, the way to do it when you want to have a future in car racing eventually, or if you want to be a pro shifter driver. You know, the best way is to start now, and then by the time you get through, a lot of drivers usually, before you get into a shifter, they're 15 years old more often than not, and then it takes you, 2 to 3 years to kind of get to grips. One of the ones that, comes to mind is Gavin Bailiff. It seemed like it was 3 years ago, back in 2023, when you started to see him kind of racing the shifter, and maybe even the year before that he was, dipping his toes in it. But then, it took him, I would say 2 years to get that first win, and imagine the progression. It's going to be accelerated for these young drivers by the time they get to a senior shifter package, a KZ package, if you will.
And no, because when Billy Musgrave was saying, this is great, for drivers who want to transition into cars, I'm thinking, hang on a sec, Billy, whoa, this is great progression for drivers who want to transition into being a pro karter, to race pro shifter. Hey, go and try and get a deal, factory deal. Go and try and get paid to race shifter karts. Be one of the big guns on the pro tour and other KZ shifter events. This is obviously FZ shifter. So I think John McClellan has an issue. Yeah, from pole position, gets swamped from first to fifth. That car is not running cleanly. 6 seconds off the, but you can't see him. He's fallen back. So I think McClellan, here he is coming over the hill. His lap times, 58.3. Last time was a 59. Something is amiss with that wagon, I have to say, because John, he has been up at the sharp end and he's now sort of in no man's land. But more importantly, he's lapping 2 seconds a lap slower than the rest of the leaders. Behind them, Leet Simonellic and Drake Williamson engaged in their own private battle. In fact, Williamson has retired. So Leet Simonellic, the Simonellic Motorsport father and son team, Dad Kevin is here racing in the FZ senior category, which tells you that this class, if you have 2 family members, you can put them both in separate races in this class without having to go and rob a stagecoach, so to speak.
And here's a look at the lap times here for Brandon Eng. Lap number 2, 58.983. That's pretty much his worst lap, if you will. His best lap came over in lap number 6 with a 57.171, and that's what this driver here is doing in the lead of this race. And again, he's just right there. Consistency is there as well over the last 4 laps, right? Within a tenth, within 2 tenths, which is exactly where you want to be. When you talk about consistency, hitting your marks, and in a class like this, it's even, you know, it's
and it is hard.
It's even harder to do, correct?
It's even harder to stay consistent when you're managing, you know, the shift points, the turn-in points. So getting within 2 tenths, as these juniors, the pro shifters, they could do it, but they're the factory drivers, they're the works, they're the paid professionals. For these juniors, learning consistency in a direct drive kart is hard enough. Learning consistency in a shifter kart with all the extra variables you got going on, that is harder. But we are on lap 9 out of 10. What can RJ Brown do as the white flag waves? Pre-final time in FZ85 Junior coming to a close. 1 to go. What can RJ do about Brandon Ing? As we head up towards turn number 4, he's in a good position, but even this point, do you risk it? Because, of course, this is the front row grid for the main event.
Yeah, this is, again, something that would kind of leave you on the inside of the racetrack, which, you know, the score has been, you know, quite iffy. It's been really 2 drivers who have punched off and won the whole shot there. Homer won it in heat race number 2, and John just won it now in the pre-final. And it just mattered. It depends on which side of the track you want to start on. And for Brandon, it's just about going out there and winning, right? But RJ Brown would also have a good starting spot. Do you want to start on the inside? Do you want to start on the outside? And as it stands, it's going to be Brandon Ing who wins the pre-final. And on that inside line with RJ Brown starting to his outside later on today in the main event.
Yeah, RJ Brown decided, hey, I don't care whether it's inside or outside, I want to be on that front row, which I think why we didn't see RJ even attempt a move on Brandon Ing. I'm not saying he would have passed him, but he didn't even try because he thought, you know what, the risk outweighs the reward here. So Brandon Ing, by 2 tenths of a second. Homer Heeman will finish 3rd and start on the inside of row number 2 with Wyatt Kroger. John McClellan, well, his mechanic, Nunu, will take that kart back to the Christian Bird Motorsport tent and fix whatever was ailing it. Leet Simonellic, the Simonellic Motorsport team, the whole family I see there, they've got their motorhome, their barbecue going last night, having a really good time out in the fields next to the woods. Got to check for bugs now. Oh dear. But again, that's what it's all about. Hot summer weekends with a family and a barbecue. What more do you want?
Well, Micro Max gets ready to hit the track for their pre-final. We'll be right back with some more.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsports Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
rolling lap for the first of our Rotax pre-finals. It's Micromax, Jack Katowski and Alessio Tosti on row number 1. Shep Sullivan, great performance from Shep, and Trey Sanders on row number 2 with Cohen Scott and Mini Pink, Tristan Francisco on row 3.
Go back to row number 4 with Grant Heckman and Dusty Schreier, Bo Wyatt and Sebastian Kim back on row number 5. Wiley Lee and Vettel Baker round up your top 12 starters, your top 6 rows.
Zolman, DeShong, Knaus, Garza, Chen and Heeman round out an 18-strong grid. Now, in both races yesterday, pre-final and the main event, we had issues on the first corner. Not necessarily with drivers getting involved. Chain reaction accidents, not anything to do with bad driving. I think just a combination of circumstance. Luckily, everybody okay. Karts have all been refettled, rebuilt. Drivers have all been, they've been out playing football and frisbee and running around, so they're all good as well. Katowski, well, what better way to avoid a potential tramline issue that you had yesterday than by sticking it on pole? You know, there's no excuse. You've got a clear view of those tram lines. So, Jack Katowski, I mean, I want to see Diego Ramos smiling today because he's had his teeth done. And so he's got that big American white teeth smile as Diego Ramos. I want to see it for Jack Katowski doing well. Alessio Tosti, however, there's a driver, even though in both races he had issues, he fought back tremendously well on both occasions. Now we see that number 36 MPG Motorsport kart. There is, you can almost see the small Samuel Cheveri standing next to Diego Ramos. You can almost see the whites of his teeth.
Yeah, well, here we go. It's time to go racing. Katowski's on the inside. On the outside is Alessio Tosti. So far, so good. Up at the front, Henry.
Clean start. Great start from Shep Sullivan. Slots into P2. Tosti down to 3rd. And the rest of the field, all 18 of them following suit. Cohen Scott, that looks like, is in 4th position in that so black and orange Scott Robertson Racing ended machine number 92. But Shep Sullivan, what a drive so far. It's good to see that Shep has had to struggle a little bit. Now, obviously, you've got Shep Sullivan, a huge history, family history, support around. Shep's had to work hard. He's had to get his head round the Rotax package, and it hasn't been easy. It hasn't been given to him. This is where the young driver, maybe for the first time, has got to think, okay, I've got to work my little socks off here, and he's doing so. Tosti to the inside. Second place, Shep Sullivan in that very distinctive. So that's the Troy Lee all-seeing eye. On the back of his crash helmet, he's got the snake given to him by Jimmy Vasser. That Jimmy Vasser wore on his crash helmet when he won the 1996 Kart World Series, Champ Car World Series title. Scott in 4th. Ooh, Tosti having a little look at the lead. Katowski holds firm.
Yeah, Alessio Tosti in the 36. Again, he had great opening weekend. When you look back to the first couple of rounds went over in Tucson. Came into this weekend leading the championship as well, Henry. First weekend, 163 points to his name, and round number 2 was 184. But again, he pretty much was maxed out, and now Katowski's going to respond there, looking to hold off Tosti, and he does so. But these top 2, they've given us some great racing action so far this weekend, and they continue to do so, but more are on the way. Sullivan's right there. Francisco looking to make moves. Turn number 1 on Cohen Scott. Francisco's clear for 4th.
Yep, Tristan Francisco, younger cousin of Pretty in Pink Jaden Francisco. That's what we call him, Mini Pink. Driving for Canada and Portugal. And that silver and pink number 20 for Ryan Perry Motorsports, and being looked after by Brandon Carr this weekend, amongst Brandon Carr and his dad Simon working very, very hard in the RPM tent, helping Kip Knaus and Mini Pink Tristan Francisco. But it just shows you, Caleb, that one exchange of positions between Katowski and Tosti, that one sort of crisscross move, and the rest of the field closing right in. Tristan, meanwhile, P3, he looks racy. He looks like he's on a mission.
Yeah, Tristan, again, today it's looking quite good for him. Yesterday as well, pretty good results throughout the day, but just couldn't really get going. He had a DNF after a lap 1 incident with the driver actually right ahead of him, Alessio Tosti, where they all kind of just got collected at the start of the main event. And then, you know, throughout the pre-final, it was a little bit quieter for Tristan, and there was contact that took him out in turn number 2 as they were all looking to make moves. Now he's going to make some moves himself into turn number 4 to get himself clear of Alessio Tosti. Nice and clean.
Yep, no contact there, clean as a whistle. Now look at coming into play, the number 27 car out of Iowa. Grant Heckman, Fort Dodge, Iowa, the foundation wheel development back driver. Again, Grant using that bespoke, the youth steering wheel movement. Much thinner steering wheel, which is designed to help these small hands of these small drivers grip the wheel better. Looking into how it affects the muscles, because of course you look at the size, full size steering wheel for 7-8-year-old size hands, and then Grant Heckman with that thin wheel, which he can grip better, he can maneuver the kart a little bit better, and I've got to say, Heckman has been a real surprise. I know they've been developing it over time, but Heckman moving into P4 there at the expense of Shep Sullivan.
Yeah, he was able to get clear there on Shep Sullivan in a turn number 2, and Sullivan went wide. You talked about everything offline here, Henry. Very, very dirty. A lot of marbles and a lot of dust and debris out there, and it looked like it might have just caught Shep Sullivan by surprise, and it caught him out. Got passed by Heckman there as he was having a dive on the inside of turn number 2. That being said, up front, Francisco's kind of looking, right? He's kind of showing his hand. He wants to go for the lead. And right on cue, turn number 12, Francisco going to put himself up to the point. And Katowski, we've seen a lot of this through this section. A lot of crossover moves. As quickly as they pass him into turn number 12, he quickly responds in a 13.
Very, very smart driving there from Jack Katowski. He looked across. He saw Francisco there. He knew he was going to make a move. Didn't defend. Does the same again. Now watch to see if he'll try and cut back going into turn number 2. Not this time. In fact, now Tosti makes the move. Now that's the corner. Turn 2 is the corner where you've got to be very careful with the marbles on the exit. That's what caught Shep Sullivan out last time. If a driver makes a late lunge into turn number 2, then the driver being passed almost has to drive onto the marbles to avoid getting, a little bit of a love tap, and then that ruins their momentum all the way up the straight out of 3 towards turn 4. Speaking of 4, we've got 4 for the lead on lap 6 out of 8. It's Mini Pink leading Tosti, leading Katowski, leading Heckman. And it's Mini Pink conceding the lead to Alessio Tosti and Francisco back to 3rd, just like that.
Yeah, it all kind of happens quickly here. This time by, they're going to have 2 laps to go. A lot of changes. Turn number 2 has been one of the passes that has stuck for a lot of these drivers. Now Katowski is going to have a go at it here. If he's close enough, he's not going to be. But the gap is closing down to Alessio Tosti in the 36 here. Katowski just needs to put in a good middle sector to give himself a shot at a pre-final win. 2 laps to go, lap and a half, I should say, to go here in this one. Long way to go.
You talk about circuit evolvements, track temperature, evolving, weather conditions evolving. 2 of the top 3 players in yesterday's main event, Dusty Strayer and yesterday's eventual winner, Bo Wyatt. 7th for Wyatt, 10th for Strayer. They're 2 and Wyatt 2.5 seconds off the lead. Strayer 5 seconds off the lead. Overnight, you've got to keep changing, evolving the setup. You can't just sit back and say, okay, she worked last session, she's going to work this session. Doesn't work like that. Doesn't happen. You've got to stay on top of things. White flag in the air and side by side with the race lead.
Alessio Tosti just able to get a nose down low on the front stretch over Jack Katowski. Tosti now to the bottom. Katowski looking to rip the high side. He's going to slot back in a second. Francisco's right there. Grant Heckman and Shep Sullivan is back on the way. Tosti's going to take him all to the low side. Heckman going to take advantage as Francisco was the first one to try and rip the high side to set up a crossover. Didn't work. Heckman now was clear for a second as Francisco looking to go right back. They bang tires on the exit of the corner. Francisco sneaks through for third.
I mean, forceful from Mini Pink, but he didn't drive Heckman off circuit coming out of the corner. We've got 3 wide over the hill. Here we come to the inside. Francisco grabs second. Heckman's going to get a good run if he can squeeze under here. Here comes Shep Sullivan. Oh, Katowski's been hung out to dry like the laundry.
And there goes Sullivan, who's going to drop a tire. Sanders looks to get clear, but up front, Tosti, Francisco, drag race to the line. Francisco on the high side, Tosti down low, and Tosti just holds on in the end. Francisco in second, Heckman a third, Katowski able to gain a spot there on Shep Sullivan, and Rodolfo Garza, unfortunately, not going to finish this one. He was down in 15th, and Katowski changed quickly in the lead, going onto the back straightaway, and everybody just able to kind of freight train him on the run of turn number 12. Look to his right, there was a car to his outside. Look to his left, there was a car to his inside. Nowhere to go for Jack, and he was able to recover in fourth. Unfortunately, Sullivan dropping that tire off the racetrack just dropped down to sixth, and Sanders was just able to get the better of him there in fifth. Trey Sanders also one of the ones making a case for the championship here. Well, when he came into the weekend, he was second with drops. This is all subject to change after we add points from yesterday into that total tally. But what a way to start off the day here, Henry.
Yep.
That was a great pre-final there in between those drivers. And here is the run on the back straightaway. Francisco, with the help of Grant Heckman, able to go down low, and just a good enough run for Alessio Tosti to rip the high side. And on the outside, you talked about it, right? Those marbles didn't help Katowski out all too much.
No, he had to get his elbows out there, did Katowski, and look at Shep Sullivan trying to cut across, but I think Shep Sullivan eventually realised, actually, Trey Sanders has momentum, didn't drive him off the circuit. Sanders taking fourth.
Heads up driving for sure out of Sullivan there, must be said. Heads up.
Absolutely. Oh, Vegas, Vegas, Vegas. SKUSA Supernuts in November. That is a look at the inner workings, the inner sanctum. It's the clubhouse, and there is the queen of the clubhouse. Hello. Take it away, Cameron.
I think I found the spot everybody's been looking for this weekend. We've got AC, we've got food, we've got drinks. We're in the MCC Clubhouse. Got beautiful bathrooms here, and we found a pretty cool spot to watch the races. Jack Katowski's dad was just up here previously watching that beautiful pre-final. We've got some shade, and we've got a beautiful balcony to look over the MCC track here in Ohio. Give you a little bit of elevation, see the whole track from up here. It's the MCC Clubhouse.
Well, there you go, Henry. Some of the amenities here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. And, again, there's locker rooms in there as well where the drivers hang out in between sessions. Able to stay cool. The kart sim's in there as well in the reception area. And then all the parents are able to hang out up on top of the balcony to watch all the racing. Watch their kiddos out there on the racetrack. That's a cool place to watch some racing action throughout the entirety of the day, throughout the entirety of the weekend as well, which next week will be closed off. It will be exclusive for the TKG team members and parents only. So that's, again, part of it. It's a country club feel, right?
Yeah,
that's what you get out of it. A little bit of a clubhouse, if you will. That's the MCC Clubhouse, where the team members and drivers and parents are able to hang out.
Now, I mean, just off the top of my head, there's a couple of big Rotax events globally that I think would look really, really nice coming to Cincinnati. I wonder.
You ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser. Hi.
Time for the big guns. FZ125 Senior Pre-Final. Incoming Gavin Bailiff. The quest for a first national win on home soil. Well, is today the day? Gage Korn and Theo Kakati have got something to say about that. They start second and third with Mason Mitchell, Owen Gaccione, Kyle Drysdale, Kyle Vogt, and Kevin Simonellic rounding out the field. And we were talking earlier, I was talking to Kevin Simonellic last night. Remember, cast your mind back a couple of years ago at Supernats where the driver in K-Masters was hit by a barrier and was knocked out on circuit, and there was another driver that ran over mid-race to help that driver. Well, that was Kevin Simonellic, and I said, oh, that was helpful, and of course he happens to be a doctor. So if there is, anyone shouts, is there a doctor in the house? Well, yes, there is.
And he's getting ready to go racing here, Henry. We look at the lights. Officials got them all ready to go. The inside, one of the ones to keep an eye on, Gavin Bailiff, Gage Korn. Lights are out, we're underway, an FZ shifter.
A good clean start for everybody. Bailiff leads, but Korn and Kakati sitting right on his rear bumper. In fact, the whole field together coming down towards turn number 7. And Kakati is the first one that opens the door. Oh, Gage on the dirt there, and say, well, all the rage, Gage Korn, maybe change that. Full of rage, Gage Korn. He's got some work to do now, and the battle's on for third.
Yeah, the rest of the factory carts looking to go by as one of them just way off there. That looked to be Mitchell there, who just kind of caught the marbles a little deep on the brakes. And just got, just went wide. It washed out completely. Drysdale able to get through. Looked like Gaccione was able to go by as well. And one of them is off.
Who's that pitting? It's one of the. It's.
I think that might have been Gaccione there.
Gaccione, yeah, out of Brentwood, Tennessee. That is a huge shame. For the driver whose family run the Nashville Speed... getting the name of this track right. Is it Nashville Speed Park, Nashville? The circuit in Nashville, which is
Music City.
Music City Kartplex. I knew it was something to do with music. Nashville. On my list of cities I haven't yet visited. Hello, Mr. Gaccione. How are you? Your son's great. No. We got a good battle of second place. Kakati and Drysdale as Bailiff tries to pull away. But it's been a frantic start to FC125 Senior. This was the move. Kakati to the inside, and he just runs out a little while. Gage Korn on the grass, little hand gesture. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? But I've got to say, Gage has been working really hard with Theo to help Theo this weekend get used to it, because that's what Gage is like. And so they're good buddies off track, but on track, no such thing.
Yeah, and it kind of looked to me, it was front bumper to, it was front tire to rear tire. with Theo Kakati there in between Gage and Theo. And we didn't get a good look at it, but it kind of looked like that rear bumper and front bumper hooked together sent Gage a little wide there. And again, stuff like that, he has nowhere to go. If he's trying to turn into the corner, make the corner, not drop a tire, he's probably full lock, and that when they hook together like that, it's just going to kind of send him wide there. So that being said, for sure, it was a rear tire from Kakati to a front tire from Gage Korn on the exit of the corner, and we didn't get a good look at it, but it kind of looked like that was the case, rear bumper to front bumper there, and that is earning yourself a one-way ticket into the grass pretty much there, Henry.
Yep, and now the fight back is on for Gage Korn, who now moves it back into 4th position, 2.3 seconds off the race lead. Gavin Bailiff up the road by 1.1 seconds. Kakati under pressure from Bailiff's teammate Carl Drysdale. And Drysdale, he had a rough day yesterday, didn't get a real chance to show the pace that he has got. Gavin Bailiff through turn number 13 into 14. See the different lines that you've got to take in these FC 125 senior karts. 3 karts scrap for second place. Theo Kakati having to hold off Drysdale and Gage Korn. Mitchell, Vogt are the only other 2 runners. Gaccione sadly had to retire. We didn't see Kevin Simonalik come out with this one. There's a move from Gage Korn, perfectly executed, and Gage now sets his sights on the number 432 factory kart of Theo Kakati. And he's going to say, hey bro, we're good friends, but you still the junior and I still the senior when it comes to this class in my neck of the woods. Let's see, we got half the race to go. Bailiff up the road, but the battle for second not done yet, Caleb.
Yeah, not done at all in between the drivers in second and third. Look, I had a great conversation last night with Billy Musgrave. Henry talked to him about this package specifically, and he said, look, this is that great affordable option. If you want to kind of compare it to something that's already on the market, it's pretty much like the 206 of shifter racing. It's a very affordable, very good way to kind of get into shifter racing when you talk about being at home, a great local option, if you will. And the maintenance in this isn't all too much. The speed is very much there, right? And the speed is there for Gage Korn at the moment. Fastest lap of the race a couple laps ago with the 54.792. But like I was saying, throughout the weekend, he said, you don't have to do all too much rather than change, the oil every now and then, and do a little bit here and there. Gage Korn now going to finally get himself back to second. But they're very easy to maintain, very easy to manage, and that was one of the big things that Billy wanted to make sure that it was easy to understand for anybody who wanted to get into this type of racing. And it's great racing. You're seeing it now, right? This battle for second is just right there in between Korn and Kakati. And all of these packages are pretty much even. It's a pure stock form of shifter racing. The biggest differences that we're seeing here is the driving, right? After speaking with Billy, he said, look, we have the times with everybody. And Gavin gains his time in the left and right that's coming up here shortly. He gains about 0.3 of a second. In this corner right here, the right, left, right, this chicane is where Gavin is making up all his time, and then the exit on turn 11. He's better than everybody else on the racetrack. It's a 0.3 difference in between Bailiff and everybody else here. He's able to carry more top speed on this back straightaway and a left-hander. That's where he's making up time, and it's all a difference in driving, right? That's the differences that we're seeing. It's not, who built the better engine, who, tuned it better, so on and so forth. It's who's out there driving the best. And at the moment, that's the 464 at Gavin Bailiff.
Yeah, indeed. But, of course, the title fight is between these 2 drivers, Korn and Kakati. You saw the graphic come up on your screen pre-drop, 60 points between them. And, of course, there is a ticket to the US Trophy Finals at Newcastle, I believe, up for grabs. Gage Korn now leading by 70 points over Theo Kakati. With that move, Kakati, the gap was 60 points, so Gage extends to 70 points. Oh dear, and that is game over.
And that's why there, Henry, look.
Mitchell. Now, 3 wheels on a wagon does not make for a happy wagon. Mason Mitchell. Well, it's a long way to come from Turlock, California to have a wheel fall off, but luckily it's not the main event. team can get that kart fixed, ready to go. Now, 2 laps to go. Obviously, Gavin Bailiff is not going to get caught unless he makes a horrific mistake, which is highly unlikely on a circuit which quite literally is his front garden. But it's a good example to see Gage. Let's gauge Gage's pace against Bailiff now that Gage is in clear air. Now, Gavin Bailiff has just set the fastest lap of the race at 54.67. Last time around, Gage corned at a 54.9. But he's got the bit between his teeth up the hill. Such an upright, well, he's got to be upright because he's so tall, he can't move himself around in the seat. You'll see Gage, how to turn a negative into a positive. Gage will use his shoulders to move himself around in the seat, just to slightly adjust his upper body weight to counteract the balance as we got the 1 lap to go. You'll see Gage, let's have a look, lap times. Well, a 54.782. Korn, 0.2 quicker than the race leader last time, but a 10th off the fastest lap of the race. 54.969, fastest lap for Theo Kakati, personal best lap. Here's Bailiff's lap times. You can see, again, all within 2-3 tenths. 54.6, 54.8, 54.7, 54.9. I think that 54.9 could easily have been a 54.7, but as we're on the last lap and he's clear, why risk it?
And you see where he's kind of started to turn it up a little bit, right? Lap number 4, lap number 5, he's in the 55s. That's the managing stage of the race. That he's in that first half, right? Looking after the tires, looking after all the temperature. And then the back half, that's where he really starts to kind of get into it, push the car a little bit more, push the tires a little bit more. And that's why you see him come away with the win here. And that's a good insight as to what we're going to see in the main event. Seeing those lap times, that pretty much puts it into perspective of when they're pushing, when they're out there kind of giving it full beans, if you will, and when they're kind of just holding a little bit back. And you saw it there throughout the laps, right? 4 and 5, the first half of the race. He's kind of easing into it, getting everything up to temperature. Correct. Saving a little bit of the tire. Then the last 4 laps, he's all out, going out there, extracting everything out of the car, extracting everything out of the tire.
In a 10-lap race, that lap 5, 6, 7 period, that is where, you really, really give it some to make sure that you're not under pressure.
And here's a look.
Oh, dear, that is...
And Mason Mitchell,
the screws, the bolts coming out of the front stub axle have been sheared away. That is a wildlife cam, by the way. So good luck to the marshal going down there to pick up that kart. Bailiff. Let's not say it. Bailiff.
One step closer.
One step closer. Great way of hopefully not putting the curse the commentator on Bailiff. Gage Korn, Theo Kakati, Carl Drysdale, Kyle Vogt, Mason Mitchell, Gaccione, Simonalik. That's your finishing order.
Well, there you have it. That was it for FZ 125, the pre-final. We talked about Gavin Bailiff. He is one step closer. With that being said, there's more racing action coming our way. Mini Max is coming up next, but Cameron Reed, she's been walking around the paddock so far today. We start in the clubhouse. Cameron, where do you find yourself now?
So down here, as Lewis gets set into position on mobile cam, all 3 of us having a little bit of fun down here, guys, on the kart sim. Our very own Cameron Reed behind the wheel of the 206 here at MCC Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Cameron, getting a few laps in before CKNA Summer Nats later this year. You've done a couple laps on the kart sim. How's it feeling so far?
Very accurate. And this is a perfect training tool for those drivers who might be coming here for CKNA or even SCUSA next week, Stars in a couple of weeks. So getting a couple extra laps and hopefully set myself apart. And just a few weeks' time, super accurate. We got some motion as well. As you get on the brakes, the whole kart shifts forward. You go up the hills, you can feel it. This thing's pretty dang cool.
Yeah, and of course for drivers, they'll be racing at SCUSA Pro Tour next weekend, Stars Championship Series, CKNA, or the MCC Club. The Pro-Am drivers can get some laps here at MCC or some of the biggest karting tracks in North America with the KartSim North America package. Again, you go to kartsim.com and use code CHASER20 at checkout. Guys, we're going to send it back up to you, but we're having some fun down here. We're going to keep pounding some laps in.
Well, there you guys go. Thank you very much, Nate, Cameron, and Luis, who's down there with them. And again, very, very cool addition. Our sponsors over at Kart Sim, great tool to use whenever you're getting ready. And the one here at MCC is one of the best, I think, that I've been in personally. Kart Sims that I've been in. Force feedback on the steering wheel. The motion is pretty accurate. And I got some laps at my home track of Speed Sports Racing Park, 2 days ago. And it was the exact same. The bumps were the exact same. The bumps here, I've driven this track a couple of times as well, and it was the same thing when you're in the simulator. And it's a great way to transition from, to practice at home. And for those of you who want to, again, get this software downloaded, just use Chaser 20 to get all the North American packages, tracks from all over the country in all 50 states. You don't want to miss any of it. And here's a look at the weather at the moment here in Batavia. 108 degrees Fahrenheit, the track temperature.
Now, of course,
continuing to rise.
That will be giving the mechanics and the teams stress because, for every degree the track temperature changes, you've got to look at your tire pressures. This is Minimax. Are we going to see another absolute destruction of the field by Mason Brody? He starts this one from pole position. I got a feeling he is not going to get things all his own way again. Hudson Howard, Yusuf Adi, Aidan Go, Dutch Westbrook, who start directly behind Mason, will not let it happen. Dalton Sears on the outside of row number 3, Slate Harrell, Samuel Chaveri, Max Santana, Lucas Tarango rounding out the top 10. He has been very fast as well. What about these drivers towards the back, Caleb?
Yeah, well, here we go. Tyler Blackwood's looking for a little bit more. He's a winner already this year at the Texas Karting League in road tax competition. Liam Estala's issues for him earlier on today in the qualifying session. He's only 12th. Leonardo Tavares and a couple more get ready to start from the back of the pack. You have Lucas Tarango, Liam Estala, as I mentioned, Samuel Martinez, Marcelo Tosta,
First
national, and then Colton Bruck, who had a DNF in qualifying, Henry.
Yes, indeed. So it's going to be get amongst Mason Brody as soon as you can. If you are Hudson Howard, the ticket is going to go to one of the top 3 drivers on the grid. Of that, I'm almost certain. Which one of the top 3? Brody, Howard, Adi. 2 races to decide it. This is the first. It's over 100 degrees, trackside. It's going to get even hotter as they come into the tram lines.
Well, here we go. Brody's on the inside. Adi's on the outside. Lights are out. We're underway in Minimax pre-final.
Clean and green through the first 3 corners. Brody has the advantage. The 2 MPG Motorsports J. Howard Drive Developments karts tuck in, not into second and third, into second and fourth because Aidan Go for Parolin USA is there as well. And, through turn 11, up over the crest for the first time, Westbrook and the Bennett there in 5th position. Everybody else falling into line, single file out onto the extension. The mission is clear. Do not give kart number 109 too much clean air, because that could be about as close as you get. As the end of lap number 1, Howard and Go have to work together now. They've got to, because Brody has proven he's got the power, he's got the setup, he's got the pace to simply pull away. In turn number 4, good lap there. It's a good corner from Hudson Howard. A little bit shaky on the exit, but late on the brakes, got the kart turned in. See Hudson Howard, a much tighter entry into the corner, lose a little bit of time on exit. That narrow entry, sacrificing exit speed. Go needs to get onto his rear bumper as they crest the rise on lap number 2 out of 8. Here comes Aidan Go. And look, now you see one move. Look at the difference. The gap has grown. Aidan Go needs to be confident that he's got the pace to catch Mason Brody, because he is just, by that move, everybody is now out of Brody's slipstream. So go, it has to go. He has to go now.
Yeah, this field has shuffled a little bit, so yeah, it's really now fallen into the lap of 8 and go, whether or not he can close down the lap to the gap, to the 109 of Mason Brody. And you look further back, Dutch Westbrook, he's needing a little bit of luck here on the Sunday. When you look back to yesterday, the start was rough in the main event. Sam Shavery got collected at the start. Dutch and Aiden Go had contact in turn 13. When we look back at it, Henry, over the bumps for Dutch, he got into the side of Aiden Go. And again, you can't really point fingers there. Just the way the track kind of reacted to Dutch going to the low side there, just bobbling and kind of got into the side of him. And it was a DNF for Dutch.
Spoke to Dutch's driver coach, and he was saying exactly that happened. You know, he just got up on the wheel. He just got up on the curb, and the wheel just sort of came out of his hand a little bit. When it landed, the cart just bit, and he wasn't able to get back on the steering wheel to turn the cart. And he said he felt pretty bad because Aiden was as far away as possible. One of those things. Brings you back the thought about, are the steering wheels too big for these drivers? You know, do they need smaller, narrower steering wheels? We'll have to wait and see, but I mean, that's a discussion for another time. Mason Brody, well, they gave him clear track. And Mason Brody says, thank you very much, boys, I'll do the rest. Half distance and leads by a full second. Westbrook, though, is the fastest driver. There he is with the Captain America star on the back of his crash helmet. Hudson Howard. No, he didn't have a great brief on it. There's the move from Westbrook. That's the exact move Westbrook wanted to do yesterday on Aiden Go. That time it worked to perfection. Now what can Dutch do? Trying to catch or trying to push past Yusuf Adi. Does he work with him? No, he says, I gotta go. I gotta do my own thing. Dutch Westbrook just got to do his own thing. Oh, Aiden Go to the inside. Sideways. Howard capitalizes. Well, Dutch has got to do his own thing. Everyone else is doing their own thing as well. No working together here. This is a knockdown, drag-out battle of a second as Brody disappears towards another probable race victory. You're looking at the results of Mason Brody. He's on a bit of a tear at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah, well, this year in 2026, he's been great. You know, more often than not, he usually finds himself crossing the line in first. Great results. You know, he has a handful of podiums. Second over at the Queen City Gambit earlier this year. Second, you know, that weekend before at the Carolina Grand Prix in North Carolina. And then 3 wins, official wins, you could say, over at the SCUSA Pro Tour and then over at the SCUSA Winners Series. And then that kind of prompted the move up to junior a little bit early, which has been a rough go for him, must be said. But you have a driver who's won 3 races already on the national scene, and you're giving him the opportunity to run away from the field. He's going to capitalize like this, especially when he's been the driver to beat all weekend long. That being said, the battling continues here for second on back. Dutch Westbrook, Hudson Howard, back and forth into turn number 2. Aiden Go gets shuffled back to third in line, I should say. Fourth, as now Howard's going to drop a tire off the racetrack. Audi is clear, Go is clear, and now Howard's going to get pressure from behind from Samuel Shavery.
Yep, the Costa Rican, Samuel Shavery, the only driver to represent Costa Rica in last year's Rotax Grand Finals. Really emotional success for win for Shavery at the US Trophy Finals at Newcastle last year. He went to the Grand Finals as a nation of one. Was unlucky not to make the main event in the Grand Finals, just misses out. Wants to go back, very proudly carrying the Costa Rican colors. Here comes Howard back to the inside on Shavery. Shavery tucks back in. This is now fifth, as this is 5th, 6th, and then in 7th you've got Slate Harrell, the MPG number 1. Is that Slate Harrell? Yeah, Slate Harrell in the 188 car. Dalton Sears the 145. Santana and Lucas Tarango at the back of this group with the 167. All chasing Hudson Howard. Meanwhile, Dutch Westbrook has got Aiden Go and Yusuf Adi to deal with. And, well, through turn 11, Go unable to pass Westbrook. And sometimes when you see the leader escaping, you think, well, second's the best we can do. Let's just sort that one out and let the leader go, which is what has happened here. White flag in the air. 3 karts battling over P2, another 5 karts battling over P5.
And they're side by side. Westbrook's going to go to the low side. Aiden goes, going to get stuck on the outside there. Exit of turn 2, exit of turn 3 now. And Aiden Go going to try it around the outside. He's side by side with him. A little too deep, couldn't get down on the power on the exit. And Yusuf Adi able to take advantage of it. But look, try it now. It's the pre-final. If you're going to try something, now's the perfect time to do it, right? You've tried to get by. You haven't found a way. Try it around the outside. You know, what do you lose? You know, maybe lost a spot there in the process, but you learned a whole lot before you get into the main event. That's the race that matters, right? That's when the trophies come and go.
Exactly.
But for Mason Brody, it's going to be a lot for anybody else to find an answer. They need to get on the same page to look to deny him. He has been flawless this weekend. He has swept up to this point. One more race to go to complete the sweep here, Henry.
Well, as they cross the line and taking the checkered flag, the calculators will now be working overtime. Mason Brody came into this weekend as the underdog. He's now putting himself in a prime position. Howard and Adi, their team, and I'm sure they will be looking to see what they need to do, where they need to finish, what Mason needs to do. It's going to come down to the very final race between Brody, Adi, and Howard, who finished 1st, 3rd, and 6th respectively in that race, over who takes the Minimax tickets to the grand finals. All credit to Dutch Westbrook. Good result in 2nd, and Westbrook, he's a little bit out of the points standings, as is Chaveri, who finishes 5th. Down at the back there, Aiden Harbour, continuing on his first national, to gain experience, privateer driver on the Lando Norris chassis out of West Salem, Ohio. Here's your standings. Ho! It's close. Pre-drops, 35 points separates Hudson Howard from Mason Brody. Adi 91 points behind. Howard has the lead. Brody has the momentum. And there are 18 laps in the Minimax main event to sort it out between the 3 of them. For Chaveri, Westbrook, Brook, etc., they'll have to look to the US Trophy Finals at Newcastle for their ticket opportunity.
It's getting closer at the top, and we get closer to main event racing action. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the RMC America's Trophy.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental cart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. And today we're doing some upper back movements. Here we go. Exercise number 1 today we're doing is the reverse grip lat pull down. This exercise movement is one of my favorites because it works your grip strength, your biceps, and most importantly, works that lat area that also protects those ribs in the seat. Exercise number 2 today, the dumbbell chest supported row. Don't forget, good stretch at the bottom, and bring them right to your hips like that, keeping your back nice and arched, shoulders back. Think about having good posture in the cart. Exercise number 3, the inverted Smith machine rows. Grip strength, back strength, overall amazing workout. Thanks again for joining me on another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. Race ready training that carries into real life.
Junior Max hits the racetrack here as they get ready to go racing for their pre-final. Before that, Cameron Reed, what do you got for us?
As our junior drivers roll out here and headed onto the track, wanted to give you guys a little bit of insight about our 266 Max Maitev, who's starting in the second position today. He rolled off 5th for the final yesterday, but unfortunately the axle slid and he lost all brakes. So he was only able to complete 16 out of our 20 laps, bringing him home in last place. So he's looking for a bit of redemption today, and he'll roll off on that front row next to Maxwell Macha.
Well, that's really good, Cameron. Again, for people watching, looking for drivers to root for, well, Max Maitev there in the number 266. Hard luck yesterday. Came out swinging this morning and puts himself and the Mike Doty Racing team on the front row of the grid. Macha and Maitev. Leo De Silva, the Winter Trophy champion, and Kai Clark from the UK on row number 2. Nico Orbeso for Iron Rock Motorsports, and the Lionsville from Zionsville, William Vita on row number 3.
Enzo De Janeiro back on row number 4 with Joshua Wheeler. Yutaka Sonoda back on row number 5.
With Connor Lipka rounding out your top 10.
Then you have Giovanna Blackerby, Alex Chandler, Paxton Romero, Marco Fazzari, Clayton Stiles, John McClellan, Brandon Eng, Cruz Rodriguez, Travis Van Horn, and Christian Sanguinetti. Your top 10 rows, top 20 starters here, Henry.
Wyatt Kroger, Graham Eastlick, Nicholas Castro, Cooper Itor, James Cushman, Maverick Martin, Ben Gleberman, post-qualifying issue for Ben, and Hudson Erlin, who didn't make it out in qualifying. That's your 28 kart starting lineup. There were fireworks going into turn number 1 in the pre-final yesterday. Can we keep it clean and green in juniors today? They're into the starters box and the tram lines.
Well, here we go. Macha's on the inside. Maitev is not going to get the start there.
Oh, and a spin. I don't believe it. Who's that that's gone round? That is a 218 of Leo De Silva.
And it didn't go green, I don't think.
I don't think it did, no, because Max Maitev was, well...
He was out of the tram lines either way, so that could be a mulligan for him.
Oh, yeah.
And he was just on the inside. I don't think you get a penalty if you're outside of the tram lines on a false start.
No, you get called a very, very lucky boy is what you get. And
that's why the back of the pack is nowhere near the front group. And
now, what was Cameron Reed saying about Max Maitev yesterday?
He had an axle slide. So again,
his axles just take another hit there.
Yeah, and that not helpful for Max. But again, that's just leaving some of the screws loose or. Wasn't as tight as it should have been. And there it is. Look, Max just has to be careful next time around. Needs to stay in the tram lines there a little bit longer.
Yep.
The lights didn't come out, and everybody else further back in the field wasn't close enough there. But things to keep an eye on here. Yesterday, Katowski lost the race win, Henry, for not being in the tram lines. And Katowski said it himself. I made a clumsy mistake. And for a young driver, 8 years old, to realize that, it says a lot. Says a lot.
Yeah, no. Here we are, second time of asking. Tram lines. Watch. Don't step out of the tram lines till the lights change. They're in to the tram lines. Maitev again. Oh, well, they get given the signal. We're off and racing. Macha leads.
There you go. This one starts off, and Maxwell Macha is gone, Henry.
Yep.
He has pulled away from this field already as they're all battling for second. Eng is stuck in the middle of it all. Leo De Silva, talk about a driver who was facing the wrong way around on the false start.
Ooh.
Lucky. Lucky.
But you've got to reset yourself mentally very, very quickly. You've got one lap. There's a move from Kai Clark up the inside in the number 267, and Maitev. Now, of course, the one thing, we may be, criticising Max Maitev, without seeing, we can't see when the lights change. Maitev there getting squeezed wide. I do wonder if Mitev's car again suffered a bit of damage in that aborted start. Here comes Kai Clark across the line, P2. Now let's see what the Englishman can do about Maxwell Matcher, Fort Myers, Florida, against Wisbech, England. Dust in the background. Somebody gets a little bit agricultural. Don't know who it is, but this is now going to see, can Kai Clark reel in that fleeing Paralin USA driver, Maxwell Matcher.
Now here we go. They're working their way through here. Leo da Silva, and a much better day must be said for the 267 of Clark. Finally able to get this one well underway. Look, Henry, getting this one kicked off.
Yep.
The start is, again, what we have an eye on. A couple of drivers, it looked like maybe one of the drivers on our front row was out of the tram lines a little bit too early. And if we go further back, you got to keep an eye. That orange light is a tell sign that we're not green yet.
Okay.
Once that light goes out, that's when the green flag has officially flown and this race has started. So you see it there. A couple of drivers further back, 2 tires out of the tram lines as well. Then the lights go out, and Mitev is all the way to the low side already, trying to cover off from Leo da Silva. So it's not only Mitev, there's a couple of drivers through this field as well that are 2 tires out of the tram lines before this one goes green.
Yep, 3 wide back in the pack. Enzo Di Janeiro picks up 2 places. The driver from Poughkeepsie, New York, moves into what I think would be 4th or 5th position. William Vita is having a good run as well. Mitev now trying to sort of regain those positions. Nico Orbeso for the Iron Rock team on that Tony Kart chassis makes the move. Again, yeah, we're not being overly critical, but these drivers, they've got to read the regulations.
I see the confusion, though, and I will give them the benefit of that because they were in the start box by the time, but that doesn't start the race, right? The race doesn't start when you get in the start box. The race starts when the lights go out.
Absolutely.
And the race officials decide to get this one going. That's when it starts. And that there was confusion about that yesterday. That's what Katowski, young Jack, was saying, too. He's like, look, I was, in the start box. I hit the gas. But, you're not starting the race. The lights are, right? When the green flag flies, that's when the race officially starts. Not just because you're in there, the green flag's going to fly. So something to note for these young drivers. And I've seen it's different series to series, right? But, again, just one thing to know. And that is something to learn when you get into the main event. Luckily, right now, we're in the pre-final. All right, a penalty, sure. But later on today, you make that mistake twice, You make it once, you're probably not going to make it again when you get a slap on the wrist.
Yeah, make it once, okay, hands up, won't make it again. It's the second mistake. You say, these drivers, you have to learn quickly. This is the pressure that these drivers are under. There's an awful lot to take in. They are young athletes. They have to deal not only with, the driving aspect of it, it's all the other things going on they have to think about. It's very, very high-pressured environment. Orbeso now tries across him. He gives a little signal there to Da Silva, saying, come on, let's push on. Da Silva defends. Up at the front, Maxwell Matcher leads by 1.9 seconds over Kai Clark. Last time around, Matcher 57.5, Clark a 57.6, William Vita a 57.3. And, Da Silva has decided he's going to set his stall out on lap 6 out of 10. I'm defending. That tells me that the kart suffered a little bit of damage and isn't handling as well. John McClellan now coming into the picture. He's passing Mitev, he's passing Orbeso to the inside. That'll put the Christian Bird Motorsport driver into what is 6th position. So we're looking at 5th, 6th, and 7th on the screen. Mitev, the Mike Doty Racing team, finally gathering himself some momentum, but yeah, we have to wait to see if there's going to be, I'm sure there's going to be a tramline infraction penalty incoming. Up at the front, Matcher holding firm. Another new fastest lap for William Vita. Harley Keeble has been working hard, William Vita. I say sometimes a driver needs their arm round them to say it's okay. Sometimes the drivers need a firm boot up their backside. And I think Keeble, yesterday it was an arm round, today a boot. And it's certainly working for Vita, who has, he's been kicked into high gear, shall we say.
Well, this is a battle for the lead here. The gap in between Kai Clark, the driver out of the United Kingdom who represented his country last year, is currently 1.9, just under 2 seconds away from Maxwell Macha in the Paralympics. So still some time and still some work to do to close down. Enzo De Geneiro's right behind him, and Vieter's right there as well. And you look at that front bumper there, Henry.
No, but you look at the difference in size. Kai Clark and Enzo De Janeiro, they're roughly the same age. Kai Clark is about 8 foot taller than Enzo. And there is the problem. You're thinking, why has Kai not been to seniors? Well, he's not old enough yet to go into seniors. He is a little bit over the weight limit here, but that's not because he's overweight. That's because he's just tall. And again, on a high grip surface, where being overweight is a real hindrance. And you'll see Kai now moving around in the car. Look at that shoulder movement, his back moving opposite sides. Just try and put as much weight over the rear wheel that's under load as possible. Looking over his shoulder. Oh, Enzo, that was almost a dummy. This is great psychology. Clark looks around, Enzo goes, no, I'll wait. I know I'm short, you can't see me. I'm like John Cena, can't see me. Here's Vita watching, learning, having the best drive I've seen young William for a long time. As we go split screen, that was a little while ago down at the bottom. That was De Janeiro looking over his shoulder. As we've got, this is double camera angle as well, as we're looking at what happened earlier on. Now, Clark defends, lap 9 out of 10. This is a good example for William Vita. Now think, William, this is where you've got to think 3 corners ahead. Maybe just sticking at the inside of Enzo De Janeiro the next corner, but you've lost ground to Kai Clark. Clark is struggling with the weight, he's struggling, and now you've given him some clean air. So William, good move. Was it exactly the right time? Possibly not, but at least you're in a position to make that move.
Yeah, luckily for William, again, 2 straightaways there, the straightaway in the run-up to turn number 1, and then he's going to get another shot at it through the back straight. Just needs a perfect middle sector here. Good exit there out of turn number 4, and I think Clark knows it, right? Kind of looking over that shoulder, seeing Vieters right there, and just closing in a little bit here. William needs to be really good out of the chicane here, out of the S's as they work their way onto the backstretch. Turn number 11 now, working his way through onto the backstretch. Vieter closing, just not enough as they work their way to 12, a car length. And there's a lot of car lengths up to the front. Maxwell Macha, flawless yesterday in the main event, and he repeats again in the pre-final. He punches his ticket to the pole position later on today. Clark holds on over Vieter, over De Janeiro, and Mitev provisionally your top 5.
The rest of the field coming across the finish line. McClellan in 6th. There's the CKR Kart, the Kart Freedom entry going across the line. Good to see. Where did Graham Eastlick finish? 21st, just behind Travis Van Horn and Giovanni Blackaby, and ahead of Wyatt Kroger, James Cushman from the mean streets of Connecticut. James Cushman in the number 222 Kart. Speaking to him from New Canaan, in Connecticut. Yeah, the mean streets of Greenwich, where you never know when a sandal-wearing chino shorts preppy will assault you with literature. There we go. Yutaka Tsunoda finishing, unfortunately, Yutaka Tsunoda, the only retirement the driver from Washington State. As we head back there, Macha, so far untouchable in Junior Rotax, extending his lead, and the fastest lap though goes to William Vita in 3rd position. De Janeiro, Mitev, your top 5, although Mitev may have a slight discussion with timing and scoring coming up.
Yeah, we'll see. 2 races to go left in pre-final racing action. Coming up next, it's Masters Max, and then the ever-exciting Senior Max to cap off the pre-finals.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
Well, here we go. Rolling lap for Max Masters. Mike Rollison, Billy Cleveland, and Jose De La Garza. Your three Masters drivers. Rollison winning at a canter yesterday from Billy Cleveland, although Cleveland has got his Team USA race suit on. You know, this is high-level driver psychology, you know. Mike Rollison had a Team USA race suit back in 2006, and I think Billy Cleveland saying, you can't fit in yours, I can still fit in mine, you know. There we go. I mean, are we expecting a not? Hey, you never know. You never know what that driver, 55 years ago, was the first time that Billy Cleveland, a young Billy Cleveland, a young whippersnapper, stepped into a go-kart for the very first time. Over half a century later, he is still racing. He has tried. He said he's retiring from national level karting on numerous occasions. And yet, just golf and fishing, they don't do it for him. They don't do it for Billy Cleveland. Now, where is the third member of our Masters grid?
De La Garza's
there
right
he
there.
is.
Yeah, there he is.
Jose De La Garza. Popero is his nickname on his race suit. Well, 10 laps for Mike Rollison to hold off Billy Cleveland and Jose De La Garza.
And well, here we go. It's an all RPG inside row, and then Cleveland on the outside three Cosmics. And it's been all about Mike Rollison up to this point. Lights are out. We're underway in pre-final action.
It's a good getaway from the two RPG karts, but already Billy Cleveland thinks if I've got any chance of taking the fight to Mike Rollison, I've got to make the move on De La Garza soon. He's done that. De La Garza, is that a new race suit as well for De La Garza? I think it is, you know. Quite like this, you know. Saturday race suit, Sunday race suits. You know, we're in our Sunday best. Oh no! Billy Cleveland, chain, possibly. Clipping a curb, can I see, is that a chain hanging out from beneath the...
That's what it looks like.
Oh, saving his tyres, Caleb, saving his tyres for later. Let's have a look. Will he lift up the cart? Will we see the offending item? Yep, that looks for all intents and purposes. We're going to try and wheel the cart back and, you know.
Might be a lap down by the time he's able to get it on, and then those,
well,
when you do it by hand, it never stays on.
No, and, well, new tyres. Now, of course, we've been talking about how wonderful this facility is, haven't we? And it is a wonderful facility. As you're looking at Billy Cleveland, I think, if he can get the chain back on and at least get the cart back to the pits, that will, save someone a walk over with a cart trolley. No, you can't. The camera lift ain't going to help you there, Billy. Maybe he wants to go and watch from the camera lift. Because, of course, we have been talking about how wonderful this facility is. There it is. And it clips a curve.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, I'm not sure either. I can't.
It's probably the chain there, maybe on the front side of it. And there's De La Garza next time around. So, yeah, it kind of looks like the chain just under the guard just came loose. So that's going to be it for Billy Cleveland. And
well, if it can happen to one, it can happen to another.
And then there were two.
Let's not put the winners' laurels on Mike Rollison yet, but we've been talking about how wonderful this facility is. And Nate Dean has been exploring this facility more than most. Where are you, Nate?
To keep with the tradition of the past couple weeks of me finding myself on top of a hauler, we're on Trinity Karting Group's hauler, having a beautiful view of turns 1 and 2 and really the rest of the facility here at MCC. Of course, you can see the paddock with some huge trucks, the likes you would see at IndyCar, NASCAR, some of these major karting teams using these haulers to get around. Obviously, we're on Trinity, but if you look further back, Cameron, you can see Rolson Performance Group, PSL, Factory Kart, further back, Paralyn, major teams getting set here for this weekend. Of course, SCUSA Pro Tour next weekend. And again, you can just see how gorgeous of a view is it from up here. Like you guys have been saying, the Augusta National of karting. Of course, it's a little late for any of our viewers or drivers to be racing this weekend, but registration is still open for the SCUSA Pro Tour. So if I were you guys, I would be down here in an instant. I'm going to join the view up here, guys. Back to you guys.
Well, there we go. There we go. They don't call him Danger Dean for nothing. If there's a place to go, a high perch, Nate Dean will find it. That segment, meanwhile, was sponsored by OSHA. It was OSHA approved, by the way.
Hey, that's a good way there to put it. But yeah, look, a lot of those teams use that to their advantage, right?
Yeah.
When you want to get a bird's eye view as to what your cars are doing, what your drivers are doing, and you get to see different lines and different, styles of how drivers, drive this place, because there is a couple of ways that you could do it. I've already seen a little bit of that, but right now in Masters, the driver is doing it the best. It's Mike Rollison. He's currently 10 seconds ahead of one of his teammates.
Yep.
Customers, if you will, as well, and De La Garza, who's currently sitting in second in the 6:57.
And I think Mike Rollison's entry this weekend, we've been talking about, how great it was. He went to his youngest daughter's preschool or elementary school graduation on Friday, flew back overnight. He's here, because obviously with the 2-kart race, that's not really a race. We're not sure, you need 3 karts to run a class. And of course, to help out his customer, to help out Jose De La Garza, to give Jose more lap times. And Jose, he's not on the pace, I've got to say. He's slowing down. Oh dear. Now the famous Indianapolis Motor Speedway announcer Tom Carnegie, the late great Tom Carnegie, was famous for saying about the luckless Mario Andretti, and Mario is slowing down. Well, I'm not Tom Carnegie, and Jose De La Garza is certainly not Mario Andretti, but I will say this, Jose is slowing down. I have seen a horse race once where no horses finished because they all either just decided not to jump. Oh dear, we are down to 1, ladies and gentlemen. If you're a fan of Mike Rollison, you're going to get 5 laps of exclusive Mike Rollison coverage incoming. Here he comes. Down the main straight, let's have a look. He sets, he's 3/10 off his personal best lap. Let's have a look. Apex into turn number 2, hits it nicely. Doesn't use too much of the exit of the corner because he's obviously mindful. Doesn't want to flick a chain off. Now we're at turn number 4, nice little flick of the steering wheel. He's not aware that his teammate has retired. He is aware that Billy Cleveland is no longer out there. But this is going to be driving science 101. He's going to have to use this to teach all his customers, look, it doesn't matter who you're in a race with, you've still got to focus, you've still got to give 100%. Don't throw it off, Mike, because that would be embarrassing. Even Kart Chaser would struggle to cover the last 4 laps of a kart race with no karts in it, I have to say.
That would be pretty hard there. And here's a good look at his lap time comparison as well. So lap number 1, again, that's a start, 59.403, then 58, 58, consistent, 59.7, 57.8, 58.1, 57.879. And he's up and over the curb there, right down to the apex. These lap inconsistency, right? That's what you hire. That's what Mike does. He hires coaches to teach drivers consistency, how to go faster on this place, and he's doing just that right now. What's a hot lap session for him now?
This is a practice session, but still, it's useful. You need to push the kart 100% to see how the kart is reacting to the track temperatures, to how the grip levels are evolving. I do think we saw a flash of Nate Dean, who's now made it back down to terra firma. I think if we start Nate at the top of the straight, give him a head start, get him running down the straight, he might be able to get an interview.
He was getting the track temp.
Yeah.
He was getting the track temp there. So it's now at 122 degrees Fahrenheit.
30 degrees outside nearly. Should we just check the aircon in here again, Caleb? Let's just do that. That's 75. Should we turn it down a little
That's
bit?
perfect. It's a little cold. Might
it's
need to
a little, okay, that's right. Just
put my
checking.
jacket back on.
Yeah. New fast lap of the race, Mike Rollerson. 57.734.
Only getting faster.
Only getting faster. Look, what's the point in staying out there if you're not pushing it, if you're not learning? There's no point. So you've got to learn. And it sounds ridiculous. Yeah, he's the only kart left in the race. But he needs that data. He needs to feed the data back, because not just to himself, but also, how about Deshaun Butcher going out in the next one? You know, you do need that data. I know. So Mike's got to push on. Let's have a little look there. Oh, he just shaves the apex there. Gives the curb a little bit of a love. Billy Cleveland watching on. I still think that we should just get Nate running down the start-finish line to try and interview Mike as he's racing. How's it going, Mike? It's quick. That's it. But again, consistency at 57.74. You know, this is race mode. This is what the good drivers do. And again, Mike is a very experienced driver. You know, just it's like riding a bike.
Well, you talked about it, right? You said 20 years ago he was the last American driver to qualify to the grand finals on an American chassis. And then now, 20 years removed from that, Billy Musgrave was the most recent one to do so.
Mike Rollerson, I wonder, and I wonder if this is a precursor to Mike Rollerson putting in a Masters appearance at the US Trophy Finals, where I believe there is a ticket available. I believe. Maybe.
How do you manage doing both, though, right? If you're over in Portugal, the rest of the camp is over in Las Vegas.
That is very, very true. You know? Well, it depends, Mike. Do you want to just roll back the years? Now, Nate, start running. Get an interview with him. There he goes. How's it going, Mike? It's quick. There we go. Oh, just missed him. Darn it. Next time, Nate. That's great. Well, things you've got to do in a one-kart go-kart race. Now, the cleanup will continue, but Mike Rollerson, your pre-final winner in Max Masters. Will it go down as an all-time classic? Yes, if only for Nate Dean running on camera.
Well, there you guys have it. Mike Rollerson, flawless so far this weekend when he's been here and not in the middle of the air. Won the pre-final yesterday, won the main event by a significant margin, qualifies on the pole today, wins the pre-final. And now one more to go for him. Billy Cleveland, De La Garza, something to find for the two of them as they close this one out. Cleveland able to get back, and like he just put that chain back on, and that's that checks out. He's only able to make it, but when you put the lateral load on it of racing out there and pushing, it won't stay on, unfortunately.
Tactical retirement, Billy Cleveland, 10-lap fresher tires for the main event.
Something to look out for.
Something to look out for in the Masters final. The senior drivers, they've been watching that for their own amusement. The next race up will be for the seniors. The Rotax Red. The breeze picking up. Temperatures, air temperatures, 30 degrees Celsius, 90 degrees Fahrenheit, 125 on track. I'll make it 122. And the humidity factor, there's the key. Last night we had a bit of thunder in the area. That has cleared the air slightly. Not quite as oppressive is the heat as the Buckeye trees, the state symbol of Ohio. Looking at that now, and of course in 3 months' time, that will be those trees, those colours will be a nice different shade of orange and yellow. Well, I mean, a highlights package of Max Masters. I can't wait for this. Here we go. Oh, it's an 18 highlights package. Yep. There he goes. Mike
If you're in the driver's seat, you see this going on. What are you thinking?
You're thinking, have I had anything to drink this morning? Well, I mean, I'm sure Mike Mollison has won many races, but our pit reporter literally on the ground, Nate Dean. What have you got for us, Nate?
Yeah, with Mike Rolsing. Mike, going to keep this quick because obviously you have to go watch Sean Butcher in his race. I tried to interview out there. I was trackside running after you. You're too dang quick, man. But obviously, that's good. That's good. Only 3 of you guys this weekend. Going to use this as a platform. Obviously, you enjoy this Rotax package. What's your message to the other masters in the country to come and give this a rip?
Yeah, I would say the 100cc racing, the masters have been doing for 3 or 4 years. It's a pretty good group of guys running out there in stars. Last week there was a bunch of them, I think 3 dozen almost, 30 or something. I would say, hey, the 125 is really nice. We used to drive it for many years in masters. It was our only option. I think this is the only 125 option now in North America, and it's good. I'd say come on out and give it a try.
All right, perfect. We'll let you get to the top of the truck for the main event pre-finals here. Mike Rolson, thank you so much. Back to you guys.
And that's very kind of Mike to say so, yeah, and he should, because, Mike doesn't have to say that. He's got his great business, he can say what he likes. He's earned that right, and so we're very grateful to Mike for those kind words indeed. Here we go. Now, from a one-horse race to a full howling pack of Mustangs. Aidan Ingrata, Finnegan Bailiff, Blake Nash, Macy Williams, your top 4, William Boutillier and Sean Butcher are up next. Isaac Malka, Derek Wargo, Max Clean and Thomas Anthony, your top 10.
Sunakawa, Ethan Wilson, Christopher Goulet, and Caitlin Hottenstein, your 14 drivers, getting ready to take the green flag in the last pre-final. Before we go into main event racing in about an hour and a half's time on the other side of the lunch break here, Henry. But that being said, Aidan Ingrata, when you look at the last 3 rounds, or the only 3 rounds really of the America's Trophy, it's been all about the Canadian.
Yes,
Finnegan Bailiff came close, and he fell short. Blake Nash, I feel like he hasn't even really had an opportunity this weekend. He might get one now. Sean Butcher looking for a first win. The stories go on and on and on, but it's going to take a lot to beat the 315, who's getting ready to start from the pole.
They come in to the starters, the start line, tram lines. You wait for the lights to go out. 14 seniors to round out the pre-finals at the America's Trophy. Lights go out.
And it's a good start again there for Aidan Ingrata. Blake Nash gets the jump over Finnegan Bailiff, who started on the outside line. And it looked like one driver trying to hang on to it on the high side. I think that might have been Hottenstein.
Thomas Anthony in the bright yellow race suit. Well, look, there's a race within a race here because you've got the front runners and then you've got the drivers, who are just learning national racing. How many days has it been since Finnegan Bailiff won a national round? We're up into the 700s, almost 2 years to the day.
2 years ago here at the SCUSA Pro Tour, he won that weekend. And again, that was 723 days ago. Finnegan knows it, came close to breaking that yesterday. And he's like, look, it's hard to win one of these things, especially on the national level. And trust me, I've been trying to get back to that point. It's not easy to do so. And again, learning a new package has been different for him on the single speed side of things as well, with the development with Diego Ramos and everything that they're doing behind the scenes. But it's been getting closer. And this year 2 of this project, if you will, with Beryl Art becoming one of the biggest names with the Red Army, expanding the Red Army, if you will, here in Batavia, has been something to manage for Finn. And now this weekend is as close as he's been. Blake Nash, again.
Over the curb there, over the curb. This is a good run from Blake Nash. He was aggressive through turn number 11, the bit between his teeth. It speaks to the level of karting in North America as a whole. Now, there are teams that you see in other championships that are not here. There are teams that you are here, you don't see in other national championships. It's so hard because there are so many high level professional teams in the USA and Canada that it doesn't matter which combination or which teams show up at any given time. at a national level, it is harder than I would say it's ever been in the USA to get into that national winners circle.
Yeah, and here, again, Henry, I was just kind of pointing out to you, right,
Yeah.
Blake Nash all over the back of Aiden Ingrata, but to my surprise, kind of being nice with him here, keeping him out of car length. So good out of turn 11 there for Blake Nash.
Here we go.
Now he's going to look for it. Turn 12, down to the inside on Aiden Ingrata, who was already trying to turn into the corner. And there was a factory cart right on the inside of Nash that is able to get through. Bailiff is going to follow through in turn 13. And I think this might be as far back as we've seen Aiden Ingrata all weekend long, Henry.
Now, yeah, back to third. Butcher is fourth. Boutillier and Isaac Malkut, the top 6. Now, this is going to make the factory kart team very, very happy. The way that Nash's kart reacts through the dip at turn 11 and the crest. You're on a grippy, hot, bumpy track. And yet, the way that chassis rotates with the uphill, downhill
it
section.
It just springs off the corner perfectly. And he was talking about it yesterday as well, right? That the front end of the factory kart is a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more pointy, as we have an incident further back that looked to be Wilson.
That's a driver upside down.
One of the MSL racing drivers that was off there, and that indeed was Ethan Wilson, just in the infield section that was off.
We're not going to show the incident. We will give you an update as soon as we can. It looked like the driver was in the process of getting up, but we will confirm that when we see it. But yeah, that kart, the way that the factory kart rotates, that design process, that's going to keep them very, very happy indeed. Now, Bailiff and Ingrata close back in with Butcher, Boutillier. Macy Williams has not gone out in this race. That is a surprise.
Yeah.
Wonder what happened with Macy. She was due to go from row number 3, I believe. She's battling. Red flag. Red flag in the air. Looking down, Ethan Wilson, Thomas Anthony, and Caitlin Hottenstein at the back of the field have only completed 3 laps. So they're the 3 drivers. Macy Williams didn't appear on our timing screen, so I would assume that she didn't start this race. You've got on your screens, you've got Blake Nash, Finnegan Bailiff, Aiden Ingrata, Sean Butcher, William Boutillier, Isaac Malkut, Max Klein, Derek Wargo, Shotaro Sunakawa, and Christopher Goulet. They're the drivers you can see on your screens. Ethan Wilson, Thomas Anthony, and Caitlin Hottenstein are not on your screens. We don't have any information on the identity of the driver who had crashed, and we will give you an update when we have it, and that's it. Okay. So, as the drivers then take their crash helmets off, Caleb, what can you tell us, or what can we hear from our pit reporters on the ground?
Yeah, we'll wait and see. We'll see what they got here.
Yeah, it was our MSL driver of Ethan Wilson who had that crash there. Driver was able to get up under his own power though, holding his knee just a little bit, but being checked out by our on-site medical team. But as of now, driver's okay.
Thank you very much, Cameron. That's important, We've got cameras all over the circuit, but incidents like that, no, we don't show. It's Ethan Wilson is here. It's his first national meeting. He's here with his mum. They do their track run every evening. So I'm sure mum in the paddock, number one, she could see that Ethan is up and okay. For the family members watching back home, Ethan is one of the drivers graduating out of the Texas Karting League. Just see his hometown.
Yeah, he races over in the Dallas Metroplex there, Henry.
Okay, from Richardson in Texas. So if everyone in Richardson watching that, and I'm sure you're familiar with, a lot of the race down in Texas, Caleb, your home state, Ethan is okay. I mean, his track run later on might be more of a track hobble, but but he's all right. And the good news is, I'm sure now, as he's getting checked over from the medical team from Stone Lick. That's the township, Stone Lick Township on-site medical team here. His next question will be to Massimo Sanchez Lara. Can we fix it? Can we get back out for the final? These drivers made a tough stuff.
Yeah, we'll step aside here for just a moment as we continue to get more information. We thank you guys for watching. The Senior Max main event has been paused.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsports Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Well, welcome back here, and again, the pre-final in Senior Max racing action has been paused due to an incident. It is getting set to get restarted. Driver involved was Ethan Wilson. Luckily, heard there from Cameron, he was able to get up and walk off under his own power, which is always great to see when you look at stuff like that. And here is great view. He's walking off. He's walking by with Neil Strickland. Director of Operations over at Super Karts USA, and here this weekend with Rotax. But he is walking, and again, hug with his mom. That's what it's all about, right?
That's what it's all about. You know, kart mums. We joke about them, yes, there's a hoodie and all that and stickers, but they are the most underappreciated members of the family. They live every single corner through sometimes, you know, on their nerves. That's all that matters, you know. He's okay. His first national race meeting is not over yet. Well, the pre-final is for him, but he'll go again in the final. And, you know, Mom says, just be careful, son. Just be careful, son. Yeah. Yes, okay, Mum, I'll be careful, said no driver ever. Cameron Reed is on the spot down track side as the drivers start up. What have you got for us, Cameron?
Give you guys a bit of an update about one driver who wasn't even able to get that first green. Macy Williams has been fighting wiring harness issues all weekend, she said. Just misfiring on the track, so they tried a second wiring harness going into this session and weren't even able to make it to grid. It just wasn't able to get fired up. So they're working harder at the tent to put in a third wiring harness for this weekend to hopefully get enough spark to get going for the final.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I've never been accused of being the brightest spark either, so I know where Macy's coming from.
Well, yeah, she's, again, she had great pace yesterday in the main event. It must be said there, Henry. Finished on the podium in third. And, yeah, just unfortunate there for Macy, looking to kind of get things fired up. And when you look at the battle for second in this championship, that, you know, her not racing here is...
Oh, yeah, it's going to damage her chances.
It's going to hurt a little bit while she's looking for a ticket. She currently sits second with drops and with pre-drops as well. So
that is a DD2 ticket to the grand finals. P2 in the championship. Advantage to Boutillier, to Malkut, and to Butcher. Macy Williams, she's going to be, she's going to be the underdog in the final, but that's okay because she's got the two biggest dogs here, Lola and Lorenzo in the paddock. Well, she's going to need to be the dog in the fight come the main event. Here we go then. Looks like we're ready to go racing once more. Caleb?
Yeah, well, here we go. Blake Nash getting ready to lead this field to the green. A restart getting ready to go underway. Green flag flies. Senior Max resumes.
A much depleted senior Rotax field without Macy Williams, without Ethan Wilson, without Thomas Anstey and Caitlin Hottenstein. But the remaining 10 runners will continue for a 5-lap sprint. There's Christopher Goulet at the back of the pack. Shotaro Sunakawa and Derek Wago run just in front of him. Max Klein in 7th. And then you've got Malkut in 6th, Boutillier 5th, Butcher in 4th. Ingrata following Finnegan Bailiff and your race leader, Blake Nash. I have to say that factory cart, one factory cart made its way to good old Blighty in the hands of Oliver Hodgson for some testing. PF International, and the results were very, very promising, I am led to believe.
Oh, Aiden Ingrata had a thought about it on the inside there in a turn number 1 on Finnegan Bailiff. He just had to get on the brakes, kind of checked up a little bit. And now it stays in 3rd, but Nash doing a good job out in front, leading this field to green. And when you start, look, the power band on the lower end for these Rotax machines isn't there. As now Aiden Ingrata is there, though, side by side with Finnegan Bailiff. He's not going to get clear. Look, off the bottom, it's kind of hard to get these things fired up, right? That's the biggest difference in between the IAME and the Rotax. The IAME has a little bit of more grab on the bottom end, and the Rotax doesn't have that. So the fact that Blake Nash was able to kind of punch off the way he did was great to see, but you saw him also there kind of adjusting something on the right-hand side.
Well, you've got the radiator flap. You've got the radiator flap on these Rotax engines, and of course, at the moment, Blake Nash's radiator flap is up. That's allowing the maximum amount of air into that radiator to keep the engine temperature down. Of course, if you want that little bit of extra oomph, you put the radiator flap down, but you can't put it down for long because the engine gets too hot and then you start losing power. And if it gets way too hot, it gets very expensive. So that's the thing that the drivers are adjusting. on these. But of course, with the track, with the ambient temperature being so high, you want as much air going into these motors as into the radiator as possible. You know, at the expense of a fraction of top speed. But again, with Blake Nash now leading by 10 kart lengths, he doesn't need to fiddle around with that radiator flap too much. Ingrata, well, any thoughts that he may just take it easy today have gone well and truly out the window.
I mean, I don't see why you would take it easy. You have nothing on the line, right? You said it yesterday. He had everything to lose, and today, I mean, you don't have that. That's not the case for Aiden Ingrata. Me personally, as a driver, if I have nothing to worry about, I'm going out there and I'm just going to pick up another trophy. I'm going to go out there to win. I'm not here to hang around and be in second, right? There's no point in coming here and wasting your time. It's a matter of, you know, just going out there and winning. You have no pressure. All you got to do is go have a good time, run, and you know, you can battle a little bit more aggressively. You can, you know, try different things, test a little bit more, so on and so forth. So for Ingrata, he finds himself, in my opinion, the best position possible, right? No stress, going out there driving with no pressure.
Well, now, I mean, I'll have to check the Rotax rulebook over here, but in the UK and in Europe specifically, if you get disqualified, you have to count that score. You cannot drop a disqualification. So there is that for Aiden to think about potentially as the white flag goes up. Whether that's the same rules apply in the USA or not, I don't know. I'll leave that to you know, the US karting experts like yourself, Caleb. But
so that's not the case.
It's not the case.
Yeah,
over
not the
here.
case,
Okay.
unless it's an unsportsmanlike, which Aiden Ingrata has got to be one of the nicest guys out here. So.
Well, you know, I mean, Blake Nash, if Aiden puts a move on Blake Nash and they both go off, Blake might think that was rather unsporting off your own bean. But no, but I tell you what, white flag has come out. This is the last lap up the hill. Look at the Blake Nash's kart is just sweet as a nut going through that really tricky downhill, sharp turn, uphill transition. Ingrata, that cosmic chassis, seems to have his number through the fiddly bits, but it's not going to be enough. Blake Nash, or will it be enough? Drag race. Who? Just on the line, Blake Nash hangs on by less than 200ths of a second. Well done, sir.
Yeah, there you go. That one maybe a little too close for comfort there for Blake Nash coming on the line. That being said, though, finally, a little bit of luck for the kid out of California. 314 takes the win in the pre-final. Finally getting something going his way. Ingrata there in second, and Finnegan Bailiff starting on the inside line, I think.
Oh,
that's pretty good.
Yep,
that's pretty good for Finn
all.
Bailiff. Butcher, they're going to start on the outside with Botelier on the inside for number 3. He finishes 5th overall.
Yep, Malquit, Derek Wago with his new Greyhound seat, Max Klein, Sunakawa Goulet, your only other finishers. We will see Thomas Anthony, Macy Williams, hopefully Ethan Wilson and Caitlin Hottenstein again in the main event. Well, it's been another dramatic morning, Caleb Biesca. We still don't know the identity of 3 of the 4 tickets that are available to the Rotax Grand Finals. It was all systems go in seniors, a 2-part race, and it boils down to a drag race to the line.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Here in the scale line with Blake Nash, able to pick up that win there, pretty close at the line. Kind of talk me through that race. Obviously, the red flag there kind of probably messed up your plans a little bit, but overall, solid run.
Yeah, it was a pretty good race. The first start, I had a good launch off the line with Aiden, so I was able to slot into second right away. Decided to follow him for about a lap and a half. Didn't look like his tires were really up to temp yet. He was sliding quite a lot, so decided to make the pass, and then I think I put down maybe a lap and a half until I saw that red flag. So by that point, I don't really know how much of a gap I had. I don't imagine too much, but yeah. Then on that restart, tried to time the start right so I could get a little bit of a gap going into corner 1, which ended up working pretty good. I didn't have to block for really the whole first lap at all. Then I was just kind of managing the race. After that, I was making sure I was clear to Aiden coming into that final lap, and yeah, obviously just had a little bit, pretty much just enough of a gap to where I didn't have to block. He got a pretty good run off that last corner, and we had a good drag race to the line, but yeah, I was able to edge him out. So.
Yeah, and you've done this before, kind of jumping on a few different packages, but talk about just how rewarding it is as a driver to be able to hop in something new and go run up front and be competitive. It's got to be rewarding.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, coming into this week, I've only driven Rotax one time. It was last year at one of the Rotax races in Phoenix. I'm not really sure which one it was. And obviously, it's my first time on the factory kart, so yeah, it feels good to run up front. It means I'm doing something right. Don't quite know what it is, but yeah, it's a good feeling for sure. So.
Well, great job and good luck in the final.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back as we get ready to go racing into main event racing action. But before we get underway, we ask that everybody here in the paddock please rise and remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to go racing. The final day of the RMC America's Trophy gets ready to kick off with main event racing action, and a big thank you to Mandy Goldman, recording artist, for her beautiful rendition of the national anthem. Henry.
You said it. You said it, Caleb. Beautiful voice, beautiful track, beautiful scenery, beautiful colors, red, white, and blue skies here in Cincinnati. It's time to give out 4 more tickets to the biggest party in world karting, the Rotax Grand Finals. 4 more, 3 more, 2 more, maybe even 1 more. Just 1 more member of Team USA. Multiple drivers from multiple nations are in with a shot of going to the Grand Finals. How many more members of Team USA will we have by the end of this afternoon? Well, we're going to find out in this race, but coming up very shortly, because this race, Caleb, is the FC 85 Juniors. This race is for deciding a title that goes with it a ticket, not to the Grand Finals, but a ticket to the Rotax US Nationals coming up in Newcastle, and there is a ticket to the Grand Finals. Plenty to play for our junior shifters here on the 0.96 miles, 16-turn circuit just south of Cincinnati. Brandon Ing, RJ Brown, Blake Williamson, round out your field, Caleb Vieska. The scene is set.
And we're getting ready to kick this one off here, Henry. Yesterday, when you look back at the day that these FC Juniors have had, Homer Heeman qualified on the pole position, and he backed it up in heat race number 1, able to take the win. Heat race number 2, that went the way of John McClellan, and that was a great race. Lots of back and forth. 5 new winner in the FC Junior class. Brandon Ang gets ready to lead this field to green after a stellar performance in the pre-final to punch his ticket to the pole position. And for the first time all weekend long, the front row looks different than it has all week. Homer Heeman starts on row number 2, and then you talked about John McClellan. Issues in the Homer Heeman starts on row number 2, and then you talked about John McClellan. Issues in the pre-final, having to work his way through this field, Henry. For a first year of FZ85 Junior Racing, this is exactly what you want to see when you want to promote a class.
You know, ladies and gentlemen, I, might have gone large with the verbiage to describe the scene, but the American karting expert, my good friend and colleague Caleb Vieska, states the most important thing of all. Oh yeah, by the way, the racing on track with these kids is darn good, and we're in for a treat because it's been excellent so far, back and forth all the way. We're in for a treat because it's been excellent so far, back and forth all the way. From a standing start, we will go 20 long, arduous laps. But yeah, Caleb, it's blinking good, this is.
It is, and we have our eyes set to the lights. Brandon Eng is on the inside. RJ Brown into the start box on the outside. Moments away, main event racing action. FZ85 Junior is underway.
RJ Brown gets the hole shot and the jump off the line. The third generation driver out of Smithville, Missouri, leads the field through turns 4 and 5, down towards the second of the switchback section. Caleb, a remarkably clean start, all 7 drivers getting off the line, so nobody is out of bounds in terms of victory opportunities just yet.
Yeah, and a good jump there, like you mentioned, right, for the drivers inside of the top 3. RJ Brown got the best launch. And then you look over at Homer Heeman. He wasn't able to punch off the way that we've seen from that front row. He's got some work to do in these 20 long laps. And again, for the drivers that were out in Tucson, all right, you know, it was a little bit of not as physical racetrack. The Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, tires, the best drivers in the world with the bumps, with the high speeds and shifter. They talk about how difficult it is to be consistent around this place because of the physicality of it. And these young drivers are about to face the biggest test that I think any of them have faced in their biggest careers. Moving a shifter fast around the country club.
Over 20 laps, you're right. Brown leads Ing, then Wyatt Kroger in third. Fourth is the only non-factory car in the race, Homer Heeman. I'll get to that now. John McLaren, then Simonellich and Williamson. Thinking about this is a real test. This is possibly, and you can correct me. Oh, we've got a driver off the race leader. There is RJ Brown getting it wrong, coming up that treacherous turn 12, turn 11, the crest onto the back straight. He was very, very lucky to save that. Okay, he's lost the lead. He may have lost a chance at a victory unless things change very quickly, but he's still in this race. Wow.
Yeah, he's, again, still in it, still running in second, and here's another look at it. Going into turn 11, just sent it in too deep there. Henry drives himself off the racetrack, and Brandon Eng, right, able to just get by him.
Look at that. That single row of black sort of, barrier, that was moved when Lucas Tarango went backwards yesterday into the barriers. How,
just missed it.
RJ must be
narrowly.
Thinking, oh, darn you, Tarango, for crashing and leaving that one bail out, but he just missed it. Great kart control eventually. And, okay, now a lap to reset. We're only on lap 4 out of 20. We've got a long way to go. It's not over yet. This is a huge test for driver and machine, don't forget. This is factory karts and, Birrell ART and the Trinity Karting Group looking at how these chassis perform in this 20-lap environment with the stakes are high, with the track conditions. It's roasting outside. It's got really humid again in the air. It's clouding over. So all this is valuable data for a class, like I said, in its infancy.
Yeah, this class, fairly new for a lot of drivers, and there's different things to try and manage while you're out here. Well, RJ Brown, you look at turn number 11, you're up on the gears right here, going through right, left, you work way another right, and then right here in a turn 11, there's a slight bit engine brake, and then you have to shift down here as well, Henry. So it could have been either just a misshift out of RJ that he wasn't able to just kind of pop a gear down to slow himself down, and found himself just kind of driving off the racetrack, or just carrying too much speed through there, which is more of the same, right? Not shifting down.
If it's the former rather than the latter, then you're going to see more of it as this race progresses, because not being able to shift down means your muscles are tired, and they're going to get even more tired. There's the 5:09, so that's Drake Williamson, and he's leading Leek Simonellich. Same colour car, different teams. Leek running with his family Simonellich Motorsports outfit, and you can see them down, and you just imagine, look how tiny their arms are, off the wheel, downshift, under braking, all the grip, hot track, hot air. There you go. You could see that the Williamson is starting to look already just a little bit tired. This is the end of a long, energy-sapping day.
Well, you see the difference in between the drivers inside of the top 4 and 5, right?
Yep.
Some big drivers with a little bit of bigger stature, a little bit taller, a little bit older, and these are two of the younger drivers in the division, right? Williamson, he has pedal extenders on that factory kart machine to help him drive it. And when you want to go fast in a shifter, that's not going to help, right? You need to use your body to help the rear plants a little bit. If you're sitting there getting thrown around.
But what it is doing, okay, these two, they're a couple of seconds a lap off the pace. They're younger. But they're not exclusively going to drive these karts. It goes back to what Billy Musgrave said in his interview yesterday. When you practice or you race these, you get back into your direct drive kart. You get back into, my goodness, your Mini Max or your Junior Max after this. You are so much better prepared in you've got so many more different skills that your body is used to in your arsenal that you can call on in a kart that is, you don't have to worry about front brakes in a Junior or a Mini. You don't have to worry about changing gears and stuff like that. It's the ultimate, driving experience. You're getting so much more experience that you can use in your regular class. So that's where the benefits will show.
Yeah, well, we look in here with the battle for third. Homer Heeman is starting to close in on Kroger as one of them's out, and that's the 509 of Williamson. Williamson is out in the infield.
Thumbs up. No.
He just pulled off. Is okay.
Mechanical failure.
Something's
gone wrong. I mean, he's certainly okay. Again, so young. What can I do? Am I allowed to do this? Am I allowed to try this? How do I get it restarted? It's stalled. What gear do I need to be in? Simple questions like that. That in the heat of battle,
pulled
you can
in,
forget.
right? It kind of looks like he just pulled in, and it was probably exiting here, and then whatever the issue was, maybe here, and then just pulled off to the right-hand side of the track. So
here's
there's a look. They're going through. They're going through.
And
yeah, just hand in the air.
Yep, she just stopped. Oh dear. Oh, that's where the confusion comes from. And having a look around. Right, let's have a look. No, do I need to be in neutral? What's going on? Was there a clutch? It sounds silly, but you've got more to deal with.
Yeah, it's
than
a lot.
Just your Junior Max, which it stopped. Press a button. Nope, engine's gone. Hop out. Meanwhile, as we've been waxing lyrical, a battle is brewing. It's not for the race lead. Brandon Ing still 2 seconds up the road. However, this is number 520. Wyatt Kroger, Homer Heeman, this is for third place, and John McClellan. It's happening 2 seconds behind the recovering RJ Brown. But it is for the final place on the podium.
Yeah, and I have no idea what Brandon Eng has found so far in this main event here, Henry, and really on Sunday, because whatever he changed either in his driving overnight or whatever they maybe adjusted or whatever they maybe adjusted, it's worked.
The move, I thought, as they exited turn number 14 that Christian Busch Motorsports lap 9 out of 20. Onto the podium, 7 seconds behind our two leaders, but the track is good, and RJ Brown is responding to it. So is Brandon Ing, but as they cross the line again, equal lap times for the top two. Still exactly 2 seconds, almost sideways from McClellan.
Wow. John McClellan exit at turn number 1, all the way to the edge of the racetrack, drops a tire, and just hangs onto it. And now Kroger going to look for a move around the outside. Moves to the high side. Heeman's just right there, Henry. And again, he had to slow down just a little bit to kind of, prevent himself from just getting into the back of the two drivers ahead of him.
Yep.
Big save out of John McClellan there. Great showing of car control out of him.
Absolutely. And now the intensity ratchets up. Have they got enough energy? 8 more laps to go. Punishing heat. Grippy track, bumpy tarmac, a real test. Sideways, they've still got the reactions in them, and he almost cursed himself, darn it, but he keeps it. 1 for the highlight reel, John. The Aussie from Perth, Western Australia originally, she gets the end out of her, as they say.
And while we were looking at that replay there, Heeman was able to get through on Kroger for 4th. So Homer now up a spot, looking for the podium places. He's got to fight for it with John McClellan, the only, or I should say the 2 winners yesterday on the Saturday in Heat 1 and Heat Race number 2. They're going to fight for the edge of the podium here.
Yeah, Brandon Ing either didn't go out in qualifying or didn't even go out in one of the heat races, which, a light bulb has gone off. So maybe that car hasn't done. I wonder if trying to recall his race results from this weekend. But I'm sure I didn't see him in one session, which means those tyres are one session fresher, shall we say. That's something, that's a tongue twister. One session fresher. Through turn number 2, around turn number 3. Now on lap 14, 7 laps to go. Lap times, 57.13 for Ing, 57.3 for Brown. The gap remains 2 seconds, however, because the previous lap, Brown was a fraction quicker. And remember a couple of laps ago, Caleb, when I said that the McClellan, Heeman and Kroger battle was happening 7 seconds behind the race leaders? It's now happening more than 9 seconds behind the race leaders, because as the race wears on, these two drivers, each pushing themselves to their individual limits, are naturally just drawing away from the rest of the pack. It's a classic thing I've seen in so many times. You know, you get two rivals, the leader has the pace, they get away from the pack, and then there's just one after the other. The second place driver ups the ante, and then the leader somehow knows they're under pressure and responds and ups the ante again, and then the pursuer responds, and before long they are in a class of their own. No, it's not a wheel-to-wheel battle, but this is two young drivers in a class that has only just come into existence, doing what you see the likes of your Morgatos, your Renordins, your Myers, your Musgraves on the Pro Tour. They're doing it, but they're doing it at the ages of what, 11, 12? It's a very impressive class. It's a very impressive physical test, and it's a very impressive performance. I'm wowed by these drivers. The first time I've seen this class race properly in the flesh, and I'm really, as a Rotax guy, and this is an FC85 product, you know, big thumbs up for me. Really good for the drivers.
Yeah, the product has been great so far this weekend, and the whole idea behind it is also, you know, something that's been exciting, something refreshing, a resurgence, if you will, to shifter racing. We talked about the boom on the national circuit throughout the last couple of years. You know, when you look back to 4 years ago, really, when there was only, you know, about 12, you know, drivers out there at a Pro Tour event, and then 2024 it grew. 2025 it got even bigger, and then this year it is massive.
Yeah,
it is just kind of taken over karting and the pinnacle of karting stateside, and then you know the wants, the demand for this package has increased, and Billy Musgrave's doing a good job to develop that package.
Well, what's happened is quite simple. Young, and I'm going to, you know, young American drivers, you know, coming out of the U.S. national ranks, the regional ranks, the national ranks, are now looking up and they're seeing, you know, the pro shifters lit up in lights, celebrities, they're famous people, you know, they're watched globally, they're known globally now, and you know, a lot of them are getting paid and working as professional drivers. They want to be there. They want to be as best prepared to join that ranks. Yes, some of them are thinking of, you know, a career in cars or NASCAR, IndyCar, but a lot of these young kids, they are now thinking, I want a career as a professional go-karter. You know, that's the culture shift that I'm seeing. I'm also seeing a potential shift for what is fourth position. Third position, final podium. Okay, stamp that thought. Go back to Heat 2 yesterday if you want to see this class race absolute 5 wide for the race win. It's been a different sort of race, fascinating in every other way. Now we've got a 3-lap sprint to the end for the final podium position, Caleb.
And here we go. Homer's getting a lot closer as they work their way down the hill and into turn number 12. Heeman has looked for a way by. Yesterday it was down in turn number 12. He's going to have to get creative here with John McClellan, who has a good exit there out of turn 14, Henry, to extend that gap once again. And a big accordion effect in between these two. Homer closes. John opens it up. Yep. And now it's you know, it's a lot bigger than what it did a lap ago.
It's cat and mouse. It's who can hit the most apexes. Who can time the shifts right. This is now going to come down, and this is not a criticism in any way. Please don't think it is. Who makes the least mistakes? Because the muscles will be absolutely burning. You know, when Cameron Reed and Nate Dean go down to, you know, perhaps get a couple of post-race shots of the drivers there, you will see a lot of very young, very tired. And Brandon Ing, he's got to go again. And John McClellan, they go in junior Rotax. This is a workout and a half. Homer Heeman on the green and white Birrell ART. He lives literally on the doorstep, not quite on the doorstep, that's the bailiffs, but not the bailiffs, that's in Sean Bailiff, not the debt collectors, don't get me wrong. He lives in Batavia, Ohio, knows his track really well. He's going to need that track knowledge now. Start lap number 19, 2 to go. Here's your leader, Brandon Ing. His best lap, a 56.998. He did it on lap 16. He has still got gas in the tank. How much gas in the tank has McClellan got left? What about Heeman? This is Heeman's only race, so he's got to throw everything in the kitchen sink. But it looks like a top speed, Caleb. That green and white Birrell wasn't quite as strong, or maybe a partial misshift as he went up through the gears.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure there, Henry. But again, John just didn't get out of that infield hairpin good at all. And you got to think, right, what kind of want to miss it? And you said it, right, just minimizing the mistakes, minimizing, those little things that can make or break a race. And that's currently making or breaking the last podium position here. There's a look at your leader on the top-hand side, working his way through now.
Yep.
And then Homer Heeman as he looks to close in on John McClellan. That battle, unfortunately, it's a long shot now, Henry.
Yeah, it's, the chances, it's literally is. They've seen the white flag. They know they're almost home. I know you've seen a lot more of these races than I have, but it's my first, and it's, I love these long finals, and this has been a test in every single way for young driver and young machine, because these karts are still in their infancy in terms of the chassis, the engine, the combination, the class as a whole. But one of the early class masters in FC85 Junior is Brandon Ing, as he passes Leet Simonellich to put him a lap down. And Leet Simonellich survives the finish in P6. RJ Brown, he lost the lead with the single mistake he made. He crossed the line P2, and John McClellan, the second of the two drivers, the other being Ing, doing double duty, completes the podium in third, 13 seconds down. Brandon Ing wins by 6 seconds. Homer Heeman is fourth for the Trinity karting group. Wyatt Kroger rounds out the top 5, and you saw Leet Simonellich for the family-run Simonellich Motorsport team. Well, Dad Kevin, you got a top 6 to beat. That's what your son Leet has managed in what's going to be the hardest race he's ever done. Drake Williamson ever so sadly failed to finish after just 5 laps. The number 509 factory kart driver retiring. But there is your first main event result of the day here at Motorsport Kart Club Cincinnati. And Brandon Ing, well, he's got about 25, maybe 30 minutes to dust himself down and go again later on. But as the sun beats down, that was a very impressive first final. This was the moment. It can go so wrong so easily, but if you've got the skills to pay the bills, then you end up top of the pops.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 online.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico? Non-GMO? Gluten-free? Kosher? Magnesium? B12? B6?
Yeah, it's good.
B5? Biotin? And 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsport software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. And today we're doing some upper back movements. Here we go. Exercise number 1 today we're doing is the reverse grip lat pull down. This exercise movement is one of my favorites because it works your grip strength, your biceps, and most importantly, works that lat area that also protects those ribs in the seat. Exercise number 2 today, the dumbbell chest supported row. Don't forget, good stretch at the bottom, and bring them right to your hips like that, keeping your back nice and arched, shoulders back. Think about having good posture in the cart. Exercise number 3, the inverted Smith machine rows. Grip strength, back strength, overall amazing workout. Thanks again for joining me on another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. Race ready training that carries into real life.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to hand out a ticket not to the Grand Finals, not in Micromax, but to the US Trophy Finals. Here's your starting lineup. Alessio Tosti and Tristan Francisco start from row number 1. Grant Heckman and Jack Katowski go from row number 2. Trey Sanders and Shep Sullivan, who's been having a remarkable run, goes from row number 3.
And you go back to Cohen Scott and Bo Wyatt on row number 4. Kip Canals looked like he was starting.
Yep, row number 5.
On row number 5 there.
Alongside Sebastian Kim, I think.
And you go back to Vettel Baker, Dusty Strayer on row number 6.
Row 7, Chase Zolman, Baron Chen, JJ Deschamps, Wiley Lee, Griffin Heeman and Rodolfo Garza. As we look back there, Kipling Klaus, starting alongside Sebastian Kim on row number 5. Bo Wyatt, yesterday's eventual winner with a flat tyre nonetheless, but not until Jack Katowski had been given a penalty for a tramline infringement. Let's watch the drivers. You know, there'll be 18 very nervous teams and parents standing beside, because they will have all seen, you know, just how easy it is to make a simple mistake coming to the start and having your race ruined. This is the championship decider. One of these drivers gets a ticket to go to the US Trophy Finals at Newcastle, where there is an opportunity to go to the Grand Finals themselves and be part of Team USA. But this is for a place on the next step of the Rotax ladder. Oh dear, the number 52, Rodolfo Garza, doing his best to try and catch the field. Is he going to do so? I think he might. 18 laps. You can see the clouds covering back over Motorsports Country Club Cincinnati. Micromax on their way to the start. Tosti and Francisco lead them to the lights.
Here we go into the tram lines. Alessio Tosti is going to take us to the green flag in Micromax.
Do we have 18 sets of rather relieved teams and parents having studied the tram lines at the start? It certainly looked good from the front runners. All 18 drivers now making their way down towards the infield section. Tosti with that really, really impressive. It's officially down as a privateer, but they're actually running, well, they are. This is the Heckman Brothers Racing team. They're on their own. You know, Dad's there, there's family members there. A long storied history in the sport, and they're outperforming many of their better heeled rivals, shall we say?
Yeah, Francisco had a look on the inside of Grant Heckman there going into turn number 12, and Heckman was just out of shape. I think he saw him coming and just moved to the wayside. Bo Wyatt has an issue. Bo Wyatt is slowing before the front stretch there. Henry, he is all the way at the back of the pack. He's been swarmed by everybody. He's just...
Well, I mean,
he just went through there. He's barely getting to turn number 1 after running inside of the top 10. Yesterday's eventual winner after the tramline violation went the way of Jack Katowski, gave the win to Bo Wyatt after finishing second. He is now right here on your screen
in the number 51 cart. Okay, well, first thing we'll do, and you know, yesterday he had a freak issue with a rear, with a flat rear tire. It was, it wasn't like mechanic error or something like that. I think it was sort of a freak issue. Now, obviously, lightning couldn't possibly strike twice, but there is something certainly amiss at the moment. Although maybe it's just a case of couple of wrong place, wrong time at the wrong end of some stiff driving from others on the opening lap. He's found himself in a hole, and we're going to see Bo Wyatt now begin to climb his way up the order. So 14th for Bo at the end of lap number 1. He's up to 13th now, ahead of Baron Chen. Last lap, a 63.82. Comparable, maybe just a ropey opening lap.
Could be. It could be. Whatever it was, I mean, definitely didn't benefit him at all for Bo. He's back to 13th as they work their way through. This time, Alessio Tosti leads over Francisco and Katowski, and then Heckman is getting closed on in by Trey Sanders, the driver of the number 3, sits in 5th at the moment. And he's closing in on Grant Heckman in the 27. Along with him, Shep Sullivan's in tow. Cohen Scott's right there as well. We talked about Cohen a little bit earlier today, putting together a good qualifying session.
You look at Shep Sullivan, and there are other drivers, in this race. As we look at the number 3 of Trey Sanders making the move that was Heckman, and there's the 27 Kart pushing the 3 along as we head towards into tournament. Heckman looks to the inside, and Sanders closed the door. Heckman got on the anchors. It opens the door for Shep Sullivan. Shep Sullivan in the 12 Kart to Bennett Chassis for the Vassar Sullivan Racing Team stroke Team Bennett conglomerate.
Yeah, that was a heads-up move as well, must be said about Shep Sullivan. Look, with, again, Heckman trying the move there on the inside, that ruined the momentum that he was going to have going into turn number 2. And if you're Shep Sullivan, you catch him at a rapid rate, you're right on his rear bumper. If you sit there and if you're patient, you're going to end up losing time. So for that driver of the number 12 to know, all right, I can't sit here for a little bit longer, I'm going to have to check up. He's back on the racing line. You make the pass and get on with it. And he did just that, and look where he's at now. He's a car length away from the number 3 of Trey Sanders and putting himself back into the conversation here.
No, exactly. And I was saying, obviously, Shep Sullivan, he's got such a motorsport-oriented, family, a history all around him. Other drivers in the race do have, motorsport pedigree in their family. And it's very easy to, from an outsider's point of view, to say, oh, well, just because their name's so-and-so, that means they haven't got to work for it. They've always given the best,
there's a look. Here.
There's a look. Whoa.
Watch this, Henry. Heckman tries it on the inside. Sullivan closes right on down. And he goes. That's exactly what you want to see out of your driver. If you're Sean Owens watching, your driver in the number 12 make a move like that, that's exactly what you teach. That's exactly what you want to see out of him. And Sullivan executed that perfectly.
When you're in karting, your family name means nothing. These kids have to work just as hard as everybody else. Their names may open doors to them later in life. At this stage, no. They're just any of the kids. They've got to work just as hard. Nothing is given to them, and it goes back to watching Shep Sullivan absolutely struggle at the Winter Trophy to get used to how to drive a Rotax kart. Well, he can drive one now. Why can he drive one? Because he's worked very, very hard at it. And just the same as everybody else. Name is nothing. At the moment, these drivers, they're just kids and a number doing their best learning. And they're all learning the hard way, because there's ups and downs all the way through the formative years of your karting career. Tosti had some yesterday, eliminated virtually from any chance of victory in both the pre-final and the final, having to fight back. There's a ticket on the line. The championship, not quite sure of the championship situation. Tosti was ahead before his Saturday to forget. But this is the moment, a Saturday to remember. Katowski holding firm, the only holdover from the battle for honours yesterday. Katowski's experience equals consistency. Track conditions change. Drivers get tired, etc., etc. All the variables, Katowski can handle them and stay at the front. Strayer and Wyatt, for whatever reason, aren't there today. Katowski he's always there. In any race in this category, Micro Swift, in the USA, Jack Katowski is there. Always.
Yeah, and at the moment, Tristan Francisco is right there with your leader. And this is, look, when I look back to yesterday, Henry, we never really saw the number 20. We saw him out there on the racetrack, obviously, but it felt like time and time again throughout the sessions there was an incident that didn't really let us see what was at hand for that Ryan Perry Motorsports Nitro kart. You look at the pre-final, an incident in a turn number 2, contact with Bo Wyatt and Grant Heckman, that took him out of contention. He never fully recovered. And then in the main event, on lap number 1, he doesn't even get to finish after a 1-lap incident there with Alessio Tossi. And then today on the Sunday, the pre-final was a little bit quieter, but here in the main event, he's made his presence known. The number 20 is right there with Tossi, kind of following in his footsteps, and he is really good through this section right here, but he has been adamant about staying patient with him.
The points, that's right, yeah, because, it's Tossi by 60 over Straya. Mini Pink, Tristan Francisco is 100 points back from Tossi. Now, not saying a single pass would do it, but yeah, Mini Pink, Tristan Francisco, the younger cousin of Pretty in Pink, Jaden Francisco, who is overseas racing WSK, making his way up the ladder. Yeah, we talk about having to work hard. Yeah, just because older cousin, is a top-ranked driver, doesn't mean that I get it all my own way. I got to scratch and claw just as much, go through the rough to take the smooth. Now things are smooth. We're seeing what Tristan Francisco can do. Maybe he won't just be the younger cousin of. Maybe he won't be Mini Pink. Maybe he'll have his own identity, his own, coming up soon. At the moment, he is emerging from the shadow of his older cousin in a driver and a star in his own right. He's got another one behind who's got an older brother who knows how to wheel a wagon, Nico Katowski's younger brother, Jack Katowski. They're closing in, but hold them off. Alessio Tosti, driver number 36 from Wellington, Florida. Okay, half Italian, half Croatian, I believe. Is it Croatian or Canadian? I'm trying to remember which one. Very similar, Croatia and Canada. I've got C, and then my hand must have slipped on my notes because it's C squiggle. But he's again mixed heritage, global background, settled in Florida, holding off the part Canadian, but also with Portuguese roots. Tristan Francisco, Jack Katowski, he's got the Polish emblem proudly atop his crash helmet, even though his family are now based in New Jersey. All these drivers together on the track.
And he's starting to close in.
Half distance, yep.
Katowski's starting to reel them in, and he's now going to be within drafting distance of Tristan Francisco in the number 20. So the hard work that Katowski's done to kind of close on into these front two has worked. And again, I'd be kind of curious to see what it would look like with Francisco in the lead, right? He's currently the driver with the fastest lap of the race, and he continues to improve lap and lap again. But we just haven't seen what this group looks like with the number 20 at the helm of it, leading, kind of leading the way over Alessio Tossi. See if he's able to pull away maybe. We haven't yet seen that.
No, but of course the risk is that Alessio Tosti might not see a move from Tristan Francisco as a tactical move. He might see that as a move to start fighting for the rest of the race. Do you risk that? Because Katowski is right there. Then there is a 6-second gap now back to Shep Sullivan in P4, Heckman in P5, Sanders in P6. So in many respects, Tristan Francisco thinks, hey, do you know what? Geez, I've managed to get rid of everybody apart from Katowski. Okay, I can deal with just the three of us. Everybody else is now 7, 8, 10 seconds. Sebastian Dusty Straya, P8. Yesterday's P2 man, 10 seconds behind in 8th. Bo Wyatt is 13 seconds behind in 10th. The rest of the field have one by one been eliminated from contention. The only three drivers that can stop these three drivers from being on the podium are the three drivers themselves. If this is your top three, it's because they have, someone haven't finished the race, basically. How do I put that any more politically correct? They've done enough to do that. Now, 7 laps to go. They wait. They'll still wait.
Yeah, Francisco is just going to continue to take Alessio Tossi into deep waters here, Henry. Just being patient.
Yeah.
So patient here. And again, that's exactly what I want to do. Now they're opening up the gap again to Jack Katowski. Look, last time it was 2 tenths. Tossi and Francisco together, they pulled 2 tenths on Katowski. Smart enough by Francisco, right? you don't want to bring anybody else by making a move. And if Tosti goes back on you, then you lose time. And then Katowski's right there with you, right? You've brought him right back in. So by Francisco waiting as long as he has, he's just continuing to pull him away, push him away, take him into deep waters, and then at the end of the race, you fight it out yourself, right?
Well, so that is the best analogy I think I've ever heard, Caleb. Francisco is pushing Tosti out into deep waters. Exactly. And you know what's going to happen in about 3 laps' time? Francisco's going to take Tosti's water wings off him, and he's going to look over and go, "So, Alessio, can you swim or not?" And then it's game on. And then Katowski will come into play, who is now just hanging on to keep his hopes alive. He's going to get a chance because Francisco will pull the trigger. He will make the move at some point. But this is looking like it's going to boil down to, I wouldn't be surprised if it's the penultimate lap, if not the last lap. I could be very wrong. I've been very wrong many, many times. But we'll see. Francisco looking over his shoulder now is almost like, okay, could I get away without having to deal with Katowski after all? Let me see. You'll look at the laps, you'll look at the lap times. These kids are 8, 9 years old, some of them are 7, and they're thinking like this. You know, you think that karting doesn't breed intelligent and gifted young men and women, you're wrong. That's what's going. I'm just relaying what's going to the driver's mind right now. And they're all thinking the same thing. They're not just saying, "Wee, driving my go-kart, wee."
Oh, Kip Knaus. Knaus there on the exit of turn 11. Just saved it. He was off the racetrack, held on to it. Great car control out of that young man there, the 66. See? Holds on. Now he falls in behind Rodolfo Garza, but look, you see it. They're just slipping and sliding all over the place. Knaus with no grip on those tires after going off and into the dirt. And we were just checking back in with everybody else through the field, right? You saw the group of Heckman, Sullivan, and Sanders go through. There's a look at it. Knaus just deep into turn 11 off the racetrack.
I'm not sure if his left front tire didn't just clip the curb. Did he just clip the outside of the curb that threw the kart off?
No.
It's a little bump there. Sorry, I should have got Specsavers. But he can't go from wee to whoa so quickly, and that's why you got to have your wits about you all the time. And if Kip Knaus was thinking about dozing off, he ain't now.
Well awake. I'd be well awake after just looking at the barriers for a split second there. And there you go. Slows it down just a little bit more throughout that corner to make it.
101.4 for Francisco, 101.6 for Tosti, 101.7 for Katowski. Katowski loses 3/10. The gap between first, second, and third now 1.7 seconds. Even on the last lap, Katowski might struggle to catch up 1.7 seconds. Francisco is, I hope Alessio Tosti can swim because at the moment, Mini Pink is the great white, as in shark, and Tosti is the swimmer who at the moment is paddling. He might break into a full-on backstroke and swim away from the Predator, but I'm not sure that Francisco, this is playing perfectly into Tristan Francisco's hand. Brandon Carr and the rest of the RPM team are rubbing their hands with joy. This is RPM versus MPG. This is Kart Republic, J. Howard Drive Developments, MPG all-in-one versus Wyatt Perry Motorsports. There's lots of very, very smart karting minds that have put these karts, these engines, to train the drivers together, and now we're going to see on a hot sunny day in Ohio who will come out on top. Great stuff.
And look at the battles here. The battle on the top-hand side of your screen here is the battle for the lead. The one on the bottom is the battle for the edge of the podium places that currently sits in, the edge of the top 5, I should say, with 4th, Heckman there, Sanders, and then Sullivan. Katowski's just kind of running on his own, 2 seconds back as they're side by side. Trey Sanders, Heckman. Sanders is going to have to make way, and up top, change for the lead. Francisco was patient for about 16 laps of this race, and now he's going to go through in turn number 12 to take control of this race, and he's going to be now the one being hunted by Alessio Tosti. Look over the shoulder. Francisco's got to defend for 2 laps, and Tosti looking to respond into turn number 1. Tosti is back to the point.
Oh, Tosti can swim. Tosti can swim all right. Deep water or not, this is now going to be a titanic battle for the race win. Katowski is 2 seconds behind what he was at the start of this lap. He may be a little bit closer now. Tosti running for the hills. There's plenty of them here in the Ohio Valley, but Francisco is still there. It's going to take him a little while to get back on the rear bumper. They're going to come to the white flag next time around, up over the hill, Caleb.
Yeah, and Francisco got a much better exit there at turn 11 compared to Alessio Tosti, which has allowed him to close in just that little bit more on the back straightaway. This time by needs to get out of turn number 14 quite well. He does, looks good. Now the draft should help here just a little bit, but the infield section is going to be critical if Francisco wants to give himself a shot at the win. Toss is going to go to the low side.
Defends too soon. He doesn't need to defend. He defended too soon. That's going to be perfect for Francisco to try the outside line. Oh, Alessio, he should have looked over. For the one time, I'm going to say he should have looked over his shoulder. He didn't. He defended when he had to. Now he's got another 15 corners of pure pain because Francisco is going to pile the pressure on. And Katowski, he was 2 seconds back. Make that 1 second back. And now the crossover coming out of the infield section, Caleb.
Yeah, and Katowski has to time this perfectly. He's going to catch him here at an alarming rate, but he has to get a good exit at turn 11. Tosti still to the middle of the racetrack. He's going to get out. Both of them go wide. Not a good exit. Here comes Katowski. He has to pick a lane. He has to pick a lane. Going to go to the outside.
Up and under from Katowski. Can he? Can he? No. He's got one shot. Katowski will try for the big swing to the inside. He gets one. He runs wide. Now he's going to try the drag race. No, he can't do it. Tosti. Sorry, Caleb. Tosti holds on in a masterful display of driving from all three. Alessio Tosti is your winner.
What a drive there. What a drive for Alessio Tosti to take the win. Katowski recovered there, and that's a matter of just taking what's given to you to get himself up to second. Francisco across the line in third. What a display. What a final lap there. And again, he looked for a way by. Francisco played that out perfectly. It's just the way that kind of the cookie crumbles at the end of the day, and Tosti able to hold on to it. What a drive. What a race out of these drivers.
Okay, race start, 1:19 p.m. Race finish, 1:38 p.m. We went for nearly 20 minutes, 20 long, hard minutes. You think all the other cadets are finals, 10 minutes plus a lap, 12 minutes plus a lap, at the most 15 minutes plus a lap. That was over 20 minutes, and it was worth every single second. How old are these drivers again, Caleb? Remind me of the age bracket we're looking at.
Some of them as young as 7 years old here, Henry, and as old as 9 to 10.
As old as
these
wow,
young drivers.
The ancient 10-year-olds out there. My goodness me. I doff my cap to all. Griffin Heeman, Bo Wyatt eventually retired. You were right, Caleb. There was something amiss with that Bennett Kart. But hey, 1 out of 2 ain't bad. Griffin Heeman. Great to have the Heeman family with us this weekend. I think have we got Homer back out? No, they're only in the 2 classes, I think. So thank you for coming. Oh, well, no, we should thank them for coming. We're in their backyard, but it's been great to commentate on them. JJ DeShong with the black MSL CRG. Wiley Lee, his time will come. Kiddix USA's Vettel Baker, 14th learning. Dominant last year in Texas. It's a big stage they step on, and it takes time for anyone to get used to it. Mistakes always happen. Baron Chen in 13th. Rodolfo Garza had a bit of an issue on the opening lap, but came through to finish 12th. Chase Zolman and Kip Knaus. Well, he hung on, and at one point Kip was really hanging on to 10th position. Sebastian Kim, 9th. Dusty Strayer. No, the Simpson Bandit crash helmet lives to fight another day, but we've got another race coming right up, and this is the second of the KZs. It's the KZ 125s.
And all results provisional, but as it stands in Micromax, Alessio Tosti should be the champion when it's all said and done, taking the number 1 plate to close off the weekend. That being said, working our way through here as the FZ 125 seniors get ready to go racing. And here's your starting lineup. Gavin Bailiff and Gage Corn on row number 1 with Theo Kakati and Kyle Drysdale on row number 2. Kyle Fote and Mason Mitchell on row number 3 with Owen Gazione and Kevin Simonellic on row number 4. 8 starters, 8 drivers total. Get ready to go racing here, Henry.
And Simonellic didn't go out for the pre-final this morning. Tactics from the good doctor. You know, what is he writing? I have a feeling will eventually fall away and will be left with a 3-way battle for honours, race honours, championship honours. We'll find out in 20 laps. Caleb, good start from all concerned.
Yeah, everybody with a good start. One of them way off the racetrack, one of the Marinellos.
That was Kyle Focht. And, yeah, the kart might be okay. That was almost an early bath for the driver of the kart number 421. It's a Marinello kart. It's a privateer entered, but he's still in the running.
Well, we look here with your top 3. Gavin Bailiff, good jump off the line. And you got to assume, right, everything just still coming up to temperature. These tires, you know, maybe the back half of the race, 20 laps, it's a long, long race. And when you look at managing your equipment, managing your tires, managing the DEG as well is something to keep an eye on here. And, you know, some of the best in the business know how to do it best and know that it all matters in those last 10 laps, Henry.
Yeah, absolutely. And, of course, you know, so far this weekend, we've had the same pattern. That Gage and Theo are close to Gavin at the start, but then as the laps wear on, even in a heat race, the gap grows. Bailiff is left on his own, and Gage and not on his own completely, but with a reasonably comfortable advantage over Gage and Theo. Speaking to the team Corn. Cornbread Motorsports, they said, look, we just got to get a little bit more power, just got to get a little bit more out of her, Well, you'll know they will be extracting the maximum out of that chassis. And of course, Cameron Reed said yesterday, the chassis itself, that Marinello kart that Gage is driving, was won here 2 years ago in the hands of Joe Rook, I believe it was. Now, when was that? That would have been at a Pro Tour or in a Masters race. What would have that been?
That would have been at the Stars Championship Series 2 years ago at the Clash at the Club here, which is actually coming back this year. The Clash at the Club returns later on in the year, where some of these drivers will take part. I'm sure Gavin Bailiff will want to race in his backyard. That being said, though, talk about extracting a little more.
Wow.
Gavin was able to do so throughout turn 11, the chicane there. But Gage Corn early on in this race, he's currently got the fastest lap of the race, Henry, and he's extracting a lot out of it.
Yeah, 55.392 for Gage Corn. Will the All the Rage fan club back in Aurora, Colorado. President is Moose Corn. They'll be unfurling the banners because Gage is closing. He can't break hometown hearts again, can he? Well, he'll try to. Theo Kakati watching, learning, the new kid on the block in the USA. But Theo, who, as said many times before, Mum Chandra from the United States, Dad Antonio, from the United Arab Emirates. They live in Abu Dhabi. Antonio is runs or is the vice president, or he's got a good job title. He runs Al Ain Raceway for Guy Sheffield. He's the boss as well. Hyatt has done so much for Rotax karting in the UAE. Corn closes in. Theo is now.
Well, now it opens up here, Henry. Gavin Bailiff just hit the fastest lap of the race.
Okay.
In this lap, let's take a big look at the differences between the lines and between these two drivers, right? You see Gavin Bailiff going low into the corner, and Gage Corn is about, a quarter of a cart width outside of what Gavin Bailiff is driving. In the last sector specifically, you see a massive difference in between Bailiff and Corn, and I'm going to highlight that here this time around. Turn number 12, they're working their way through. You see Gavin moves to the low side, and right here, turn number 13 this is, and he stays to the bottom of the racetrack. Corn opens up that little bit more, tries to get a good exit, and that's more of a single speed line, but Gavin is really good of getting down on the gears and getting back up on the gears where he still has a good enough exit and doesn't let Gage Corn close down the gap. Here in turn number 2 as well, Bailiff's a lot closer to the bottom of the racetrack in comparison to Gage Corn. And those are some of the differences of a guy who lives here, drives here on a week-to-week basis to somebody who's here visiting and seeing those different things. Gavin's going to, extract the most out of it. And if you're in Gage Corn's seat right now, if you're in his position, what's working for Gavin that's not working for you? What do you try to do differently? How do you adapt it and maybe try and replicate what Bailiff is doing in front of you? Can you extract a little bit more time out of it?
Because this is a class where you as a driver can actually do a bit more to alter the performance, or the way the car handles by using the gears, by using the front brakes. You've got a little bit of weapons at your disposal to change the behaviour of how the car is performing. Am I right to say that?
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good point, right? And even looking at it that time by, Gavin's just able to roll the speed a lot more. And there you have it, right? Now the pendulum swings back the way of the Maranello of the 34 of Gage Corn, 55.100. And a gap that looked to be growing at about half a second now closes back down to 0.3 of a second. But you see it. Two guys that are, in the shifter class week in, week out, are starting to extend themselves as we get closer and closer to the halfway point of this race. They're going to set themselves apart. They've been here. They've done this before. They've gone 20 laps to 25 laps at racetracks like this, right? They know the physicality of it. And there you see the lap time comparison for Gage Corn. Lap 1, obviously the start, not really comparable with what they're doing, but 55.8, 55.3, 55.4, 55.1, and then a 55.1. Slowly but surely getting everything up to temp and starting to fire off. And that's going to be the case. That's going to be the trend, right? The lap times are going to continue to get faster and faster and faster as the tires heat up, as the engine heats up, and as the drivers heat up. And here's a look at Gavin's lap times.
I know, look at that. Yeah, you're going a 55.7, a 55.4, just progressively.
Lap 5 for both of them. Lap 5 is when they get into the ones here.
Yeah, so again, 4 laps to get everything up to temperature. Now, combination, tyre temp, track conditions, driver condition, all those things, this is the part of the race at the moment where things are singing sweetly. You're trying to break the challenge. And if I were Theo Kakati, and again, Theo, like Gavin and like Gage, who are two incredible assets to American karting and to USA karting. And by that, I mean the personalities, their driving, their presence on the scene and their ability to garner, attention, to carry themselves with professionalism and get, our sport out to the masses. But if I was Theo Kakati, 80 points behind Gage Corn, Theo is going to become a huge asset to the American scene. He is such an asset to have in the States here. His personality, his driving ability. He's a multiple championship winning driver, from the UAE, and, he has driven top 5 at the Rotax Grand Finals internationally. He knows how to drive at the highest level of our sport. But this is where Theo needs to understand, okay, all that experience, I'm not used to driving a shifter kart. It's ED2, 2-speed, yeah. This is the lesson on Theo. Theo will now realise, he would have done before, but he now realises, oh boy, this is the amount of work I've got to do to get up to their standards. He'll roll his sleeves up and he will get it done. But he's in for a long, lonely drive now because it's going to come down to Bailiff and Corn.
Yeah, so Gage Corn here, when you talk about the championship fight here, Henry, Gage Corn clinches this championship as long as he finishes 7th or better without the fastest lap. And if he finishes 8th or better with the fastest lap, he will still clinch. He's sitting 2nd at the moment.
Yep. Well, he hasn't got the fastest lap.
Kakati's going to need a whole lot. That currently sits to Gavin Bailiff. So Corn, if this race stays the way that it is, Gage Corn will be your FZ 125 senior champion here at the RMC America's Trophy.
But also, as things stand, Gage Corn can still lose the championship because there are 8 karts in this race. They're all still running. And Gage Corn does not have the fastest lap of the race. Okay, so if Gage Corn finishes 8th and last without the fastest lap of the race, as if Theo Kakati then somehow comes home on top, that would be Championship Kakati, correct?
Repeat that, sorry, Henry.
Gage Corn retires, finishes last.
Correct.
Without the fastest lap.
Correct.
So Theo Kakati comes through and wins the race, he's champion.
Correct.
So Gage cannot rest. Henry, his dad, cannot stop biting those fingernails. It ain't over till it's over, and it ain't done yet for all the rage Gage Corn. Is he going to catch Gavin Bailiff at this stage? Unlikely. Not impossible, unlikely. Gage is a very, very fit young man, as is Gavin Bailiff. Hey, You know,
the only thing
It's
is
the,
here.
what about
The only difference,
the gap's 0.8 of a second. You know?
And the only difference here is that Gavin has still been able to just extract a little bit more, a little bit sooner than Gage Corn, which is why that gap has opened up.
What a-
A 55.960, and then Gage is still improving lap after lap. His last lap was as fast as a 55.070, but Gavin's just that 10th ahead, that 2 tenths ahead. Whenever Gage finds a 10th, Gavin's finding 2. You know what I mean? That's why you're seeing this gap stay at 0.8 of a second. And then you have battles just at the back of the pack that are still very
still
close
going
together with Owen Gazione and Mason Mitchell sitting for a battle really here for the top 5. That currently sits in the hands of Gazione, who's in 5th, and Mitchell in 6th. The gap at the line this last time around, 0.8 of a second between Gavin Bailiff and Gage Corn.
Yeah, so as we look at the battle for 5th and 6th position, and they're talking like Gage Corn hasn't got a chance. He's less than a second behind, ladies and gentlemen. And, you know, if I know Gage, and I do know Gage, and have known Gage and his family for some time, Gage will be, you know, he will be wringing every last ounce out of that kart. He will absolutely be extracting the maximum. They would have gone to work and, you know, doing everything they can, because, you know, it's one thing, Gage he's a bright young man, but he doesn't know how to spell, and he can't spell quit. He just can't spell it. He doesn't know how to spell it. He doesn't know how to say it. So that gap, you know, so Gavin Bailiff, his first win at home is going to be earned the hard way, because as long as there is puff in that engine, Gage would get out and run across the line with that wagon and still give it 100%. But Bailiff can't relax at all. No, it's not a knockdown, drag-out fight. It's a different kind of fight. No less enthralling, ladies and gentlemen. Kakati is now 3.7 seconds down. Drysdale, anonymous on his own, learning all the while. His first year in a shifter carnival, he's in 4th. 6.4 seconds down. Then Gazione and Mitchell, 12 seconds off the lead. Then 34 seconds down is the good doctor Kevin Simonellich, and then another 5 seconds off the lead. In 8th place, Kyle Folks, privateer driver on the Maranello. His mistake earlier has meant that he is running all alone in last place, but they're still all running, they're still all travelling, and you know what? 3 seconds. Last lap was Gavin Bailiff at 55.1, Kyle Folk to 57.6.
Yeah, this one already getting closer and closer to the end here, Henry. Next time around, we start lap number 15, and it puts us, again, 6 laps away from the end. That's all that Gavin Bailiff needs to hold on to the win here for the first time. This would be the first time he's done it at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. There's many times where he's been close to a podium, close to results, hasn't come his way.
Yep, you know, and it's just because you know, Gavin's got all the advantages at his disposal. That does not mean that, you know, it comes easy for him here. It's proof. Never won a national here.
It shows you the level
it shows
of karting
but it also
stateside.
shows, you know, don't anyone think, oh, so-and-so can only do this because they got this thing, you know, blah, 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 blah. No, not the case. You know, every single driver has to work and scratch and claw and go through the hardships. There have been many, but Gavin Bailiff, you know, on the road to this moment that could, possibly should, based on this weekend's performances, I'll say that, you know, he's been the best FC 125 driver of this weekend, not by a long shot, that's not fair, but, you know, with authority. He has put his mark on this class. And, well, it's always good, isn't it? Billy Musgrave and the factory kart team building this class not just for them, but of course all the first karts that had this motor on it were factory karts. Yeah, now the other chassis manufacturers are getting involved. This is going to be really good now. This is going to be game on. This is great. TKG, Birrell ART. Welcome to the FC 125 party. Oh, it's rhymes, Caleb.
Almost.
Yeah.
Almost. Look, gap up at the front here, Henry, 1.6 and growing. Kakati, we talked a lot about him and just looking for another championship. Here's a look at his lap times as they stand. 55.5, 55.6, 4, 2, 3, 2. just right there. Again, 2/10, 3/10. Right there for Theo, right? Everybody else just able to get that a little bit more. Just about a tenth a lap, 2/10 a lap. Turns into to quite a bit over a race distance.
I mean, that picture down the bottom there, that's the only time I'll ever see Theo Kakati not smiling. You know, of all the times to look serious, Theo has got the biggest, most infectious grin of all, constantly, walking around, with a smile on his face, chatting to anyone and everyone, and he chooses that moment. The kart chaser photo. What did Riley Kahn ever do to Theo Kakati? My goodness, to make him not smile. Gage Korn, 80 points up on Mr. Happy, Theo Kakati. Mason Mitchell, third in the standings. Gavin Bailiff, a 54.982. Gage Korn, a 53.37. Has that kart, I mean, it's at least 2 years old. How many curbs has that hit? How many times has that tubing just been rattled? How much pressure has gone through it? How many, is it a fraction of a millimetre more to just make it not quite as potent what it was when it first came off, the factory floor? I don't mean to say that Maranellos are made on the factory floor. That's not what I was saying, Caleb. I'm just saying, is that kart as fresh and brand new as it possibly could be? No.
Well, you're seeing it here. The lap times have also just not been there for Gage. 54.9 on lap 12, and then it's been back up and into the 55s. As again, Gavin Bailiff continuing to improve. He just found another 10th. He's down to the 54.8s and lap and lap and lap again. He goes faster and faster and faster. And when you look at what's at hand next week for Gavin too, this is a good way to kind of get ready for something like that in race trim, right? You're in a situation where you're 20 laps in. It's probably the same car that you're going to be driving next week, just with a different power plant on it. But that being said, this is the perfect way to get ready for what's at hand from next week, when everybody around the world comes in and into his backyard. And just look at that. Right there, lap 14, lap 15, 16, 17, 18, continuously faster and faster and faster and faster. And if you needed to find a little bit more, this was the perfect way to do it. The perfect weekend to do it. A week before, in race trim, on the same tire on the Avincos. This is, great way to kind of learn if you're the driver of the 464.
And, the Kevin Simonalik is flagged off the circuit. We're on the last lap. Of course, you're thinking, oh no, not lap traffic, anything other than a lap kart wandering into Bailiff's path. This has been a long, long road. Gavin Bailiff comes out of turn number 6. Into turn number 6, out of turn 7 there. How many years? And you know what? Sometimes there's a phrase, wins are like buses. You wait for years for one, and then suddenly 2 come along at once. He's got a big weekend next weekend. This is the moment, though. He breaks his victory duck at home.
3 years ago, turn 1 spins from third. Last year, turn 4, contact with Mateus Morgado. But this year, in 2026, the wait is over for Gavin Bailiff, who wins at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati.
Gage Korn takes second, and with it, the RMC America's Trophy FC125 Championship and a ticket to Newcastle, where Gage will try and join Team USA for what I believe would be maybe a 4th or a 5th time in that young man's illustrious career. Theo Kakati, third today, has to give best to Gavin and Gage, but Theo now can gauge just how much hard work he needs to do to get on to the highest level, and he will, because Theo Kakati is in the US karting scene, I feel, to stay for some time. There are the plaudits. Kyle Drysdale congratulates his teammate. They all know how much this means to Gavin Bailiff. They build them tough, so I'm told, in Midwest USA, of course they do. Well, I gotta say, I think we're gonna see a tough young man show his softer side when he takes his crash helmet off. This means a lot with the Bailiff family, who have done so much for this sport, in a short few years, both in terms of, hey, I think we should. In fact, I insist upon it. To do otherwise, Gavin, would be a travesty.
Well, Gavin, we'll get used to this
come on.
potentially later on.
You're not Danny from out yet, son.
It'll be a little different in the F. It'll be a little different in the FZ as well for Gavin, right?
Give it a try.
I don't think anybody's tried to do donuts in these in the FZ. He gave it a try.
Billy Musgrave will be thinking, right, in how to make Kart do donuts on the checklist,
on, right?
the to-do list. Oh, here we go. Pictures say it all.
There you go. I'm sure Cameron Reed will be standing by with our race winner.
Those were some Bob's donuts.
We'll give Gavin a second here to get his helmet off. Gavin, most people get their first national win at their home track first and then go do the other ones. You did it a bit backwards, but you got it done. How good does it feel?
It feels good. This is it's definitely good to win on this package. Developing the whole week, just trying to figure out stuff for next week. Obviously, I got to work on my donuts a little bit. But, I got to thank Billy for providing us this package and helping us tune everything all weekend, Burrell for supplying such a great chassis, and everyone that worked so hard to get this race going and the next 2 weeks going. So this is all just practice, and I'm ready for next week.
Yeah, if you weren't confident before, it's got to be a little bit more confident going into next week. Kind of what are you looking for on those early days?
Still the same as what we did this week, developing on the practice days and then figuring out what works in the races. I think we learned a lot this week, obviously a different engine package, but I think we've got a lot of knowledge going into next week, and I think it'll help put us above our game. So I'm really excited.
Well, congratulations, and hopefully we'll get to see some better donuts next week.
Hopefully. Thank you.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly the Boston creams of the
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. In Houston,
a
couple years ago, it was pretty good. He was pretty good at them, and I don't think anybody's tried it in the FZ yet. I don't know if Billy has. Well, he's found the secret, but
I tell you what, Billy will be trying. Well, donuts are the first sweet treats given out today. We got a few more to come though as the day closes out.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
well, it's time to go racing once again with our Mini-Max drivers. It's been all about Mason Brody up to this point here this weekend. Himself and Dutch Westbrook are going to share row number 1. Yusuf Adi Aiden go on row number 2 with Samuel Chevery and Hudson Howard on row number 3. Dalton Sears, Slate Harrell, Max Santana, and Lucas Tarango. Your top 5 rows, top 10 starters as we get ready to kick this one off. And again, 17 drivers total with Leonardo Tavares Martinez, Bruck, Blackwood, Astalas, Harbaugh, and Tosta. 17 total, 9 rows, and everybody is chasing down one driver. The 109 of Mason Brody, who starts on the inside. Westbrook is on the outside. They're into the tram lines. Green flag is out. We're underway in Minimax.
Clean and green through the first 3 corners. Move third place. Dutch Westbrook puts the number 133 car back up a position, starting on the outside of row number 1 there and falling back. Everybody else there is the back of the pack with a white nose cone on. That's a new white, Aiden Harbaugh with a slightly different look to that Lando Norris kart. And over the crest of the hill. The time could be now. The drivers behind Mason Brody need to make their minds up. What do they do? Do they work together? Do they just go every man, woman and child for themselves? That's a decision that only the drivers can make on track. They've got to read the situation. At the moment, the situation is clear. Mason Brody is trying to run away and hide.
Yeah, well, this race start, again, was a lot better for everybody else in this field. Yusuf Adi's right there with him, not letting Mason Brody run away from him just yet. He has him about a car length right now, Henry. And then Aiden Go making that move on Dutch Westbrook a lap ago. He's now up to third. Westbrook, and then back to Samuel Chavarri there, who's in fifth. That's your top 5. Hudson Howard, the driver who we talk about leading this championship. It's getting a lot closer up at the top.
Oh, yeah.
We'll bring all that to you as this race continues because everything is going to be changing on Championship Sunday here at the RMC America's Trophy.
Yeah, now, Yusuf Adi closing in. This could be... Now, did the number 109 RPM team, set Brody's tyres up, kart up to come on later in the race and said, look, you're going to have to try to do your best to keep them behind you, but your kart will be the best. Look at how the track temperature is soaring. I was going to say, Caleb, I popped outside after that last race, and the clouds are rolling in. The temperature is going up. It's getting very oppressive, very sultry outside. I think we're going to escape the weather during racing, but over the left-hand side of that camera, above, behind the clubhouse here, there are some very ominous, threatening, stormy clouds beginning to brew in the distance, and you can feel it. It's getting sticky under your collar.
I'll tell you what, throughout the years that we've been here, and I'm going to say it because I can care less, it's never rained here during racing action.
Fair.
That I remember, it's only rained here once, and that was after all the checkered flags flew. As now Dutch Westbrook's going to make a move there in second. Temperature is high, 140 degrees on track. That's the temperature of the asphalt at the moment. That is a huge swing to what we saw. 50-degree swing from the morning. It was at about 90, and now it's at 140 degrees. That is, again, big turnaround.
Yeah, 50-degree
from the morning
swing, 50-degree Fahrenheit swing in track temperature. If you're not staying on top of the setup of the jetting of the tire press on these karts, then you are going backwards. This is where the teams and the mechanics earn their money. Nate Dean showed us round the cavernous awning driver's tent that is TKG. RPG is the same. So is Factory. So is so many other teams in this paddock and any other around the USA. And you say, oh, well, the teams drive the costs up and et cetera, et cetera. This is where they earn their money. This is where it helps, because if you're any privateer who is, anyway, looking down the order, any privateer that is sort of staying with this type of pace is doing a magnificent job. And they need to, because it's all those elements, things you have to factor in to gain 100th of a second, to gain 500ths of a second, to gain 1/10 of a second. It all takes so much hard work. And then the driver, the most important part of the puzzle, has got to do their job on track and bring it home. Dutch Westbrook is backing himself to take the fight to Mason Brody. He made the move on Yusuf Adi. That tells me that Dutch is thinking, I'm, not DTA, don't trust anybody, but, you've got to go alone. I got the speed, I got the skills, I got the waft, I got the wagon, I'm going to erase what was a 7-second victory for there to nothing. One wheel in the air, Dutch Westbrook wasting no time. He is in it to win it on the Bennick. His teammate Bo Wyatt in Micromax ran out of fuel. The float broke, cut the gas tank. I just spoke to him, he said, I just ran out of gas. That was in Micromax. Plenty of gas left in the tank here in Minimax. Lap 6 out of 18. Aiden Go now sets about Mason Brody. Where is the championship leader? Hudson Howard. Brody goes back in on Go.
He tried it, didn't work, and now he's going to fall under fire to Hudson Howard, who's looking in fourth. Is it going to be in turn 7? It's not. He's going to wait. But that is how they stand in the championship. Hudson Howard is the leader at the moment. That is pre-drops, and I think it's all changed here. It might be Brody. We'll continue to bring you guys the championship points battle, but at the moment, they're right there within the same bit of racetrack, fighting for position. Hudson Howard into turn 13. He's going to go now on the inside of Mason Brody. Hudson Howard up to third, and this is as far back as Mason Brody has been all weekend long, Henry.
Yep, okay, Mason. Caleb ran through your recent list of form earlier on. Win yesterday. So many podiums in every major race that you've entered this year. Now you got to fight from underneath. You got to show this is where, okay, we've led all weekend. Now, are we used to sort of getting our elbows out? And of course, this is where driver coaching, this is where Frankie Mossman comes in. You know, get his driver ready, not lose your head. 12 laps to go. That's an inordinate distance, Caleb. That's twice the length of a heat. 12 laps to go. I think we were only doing about an 8-lap heat race, you know. So much time left remaining. Don't lose your head just yet. Hudson Howard's, that's what Hudson's got to do. He's got to keep you behind. So Hudson's not going to do any favors, Mason. Hudson's he's got a ticket. This is for a ticket, ladies and gentlemen, and there are enough karts in play, even without having the graphic up on screen, even without having the final calculations, and anything Caleb and I say about championships is strictly provisional. Of course, I don't need to say that, but there's enough drivers in play that one false move, one mistake could end it or win it certainly for Howard and Brody, and I'm not sure Addy's completely out of it yet.
Yeah, he's not quite out of it here. Yusuf Addy, with drops, currently sits third in the championship, and now he sits in fifth. There's a look at the championship standings here. 35 points is the difference.
In favor of Brody.
And this is how they stand at the moment.
Yep.
With Hudson Howard in third, he would still finish second behind Mason Brody. Yusuf Addy would sit in third, 115 points back. So they need to do more. Howard needs to get up another spot. And this isn't going to help as Mason Brody looking on the inside of 13. Not going to get clear, almost sideways, deep on the brakes. Looking to get back by on Hudson Howard. It's not going to work. There's still nose to tail. They're still bumper to bumper as they look to race their way up. And Howard knows it. They're fighting for a championship. They're fighting for a ticket to Portugal at the end of the year.
Absolutely. Last year, Hudson Howard, he was one lap away, I would say, from a potential ticket. And there's a move from Brody. Slides to the inside, runs wide. Howard goes through. Addy now puts a cart between himself and Brody. Now, yes, they're teammates. Addy's in it for himself as well. Brody's task has just become harder. Hudson Howard was denied in really, really bad circumstances. You know, I mean, it was another driver who, you know, was very, very aggressive with Hudson Howard's. Fit within the rules, but on the limit of aggression, I will say, and that cost Hudson Howard his place. So he knows how hard it is to get a ticket. He has suffered heartbreak when it comes to the grand finals, so he's desperate. You know, I'm sure there's part of Hudson who's such an engaging young man that wants to go so his dad Jake can experience it as well. Here comes Mason Brody, who has been a force this year, who has got an incredible support team around him and has been performing magnificently. Now he's got to fight. Don't lose your head. Yusuf Addy, again, has been there always this year. with the same team, MPG. Jay Howard drives development behind
and
him.
Hudson Howard here is closing down. He's closing down the gap to Dutch Westbrook, so that could be another spot gained.
Howard needs to put
And Mason
Karts.
Brody, you see him just sliding all over the place. Exit at turn 11. That's going to close down the gap to Yusuf Adi here. But one more spot, that could make a big difference for Hudson Howard here if he's able to get by on Dutch Westbrook as far as this championship goes and as far as the ticket to Portimao at the end of the year goes as well. He's closing in on the front straightaway. The draft is starting to close on down as Aiden Go now sets the fastest lap of the race.
And we can't forget that Aiden Go does lead this race, but we're talking about bigger things. Yes, Aiden Go, magnificent achievement for Paralin USA. He currently is 1.3 seconds up the road. But we're going to see, Hudson Howard has to put more real estate. He has to put more go-karts between himself and Mason Brody. Brody and Ardy have now dropped the rest. Well, no, actually, Samuel Chaveri is about 7/10 back. Then Lucas Tarango in 7th, Slate Harrell in 8th. Then there's a gap, real big gap back to Dalton Sears and Max Santana. But the herd at the front is being thinned now. And that will help Brody. Brody wants a nice spaced out race, because that means, he can't lose 5 or 6 positions in the space of one corner. It means Howard can't gain either. He can only, at the moment, and he's got 7 laps, make that 6 to go. Is he going to try and push Westbrook up to go? That would be potentially very smart. I don't think Westbrook, because Westbrook doesn't care about who gets tickets to Portugal. He doesn't care, So Hudson Howard might think, okay, my best chance at going to Portugal is pushing Dutch, not overtaking him, pushing him.
And here's the gap at the line in between Dutch Westbrook and Aiden Go. It's currently at a 1.5 seconds. A long way to go for these two drivers to close down. Luckily for them, again, just about 6 laps to try and close down and reel Aiden Go back in. And it's a big ask, big ask at the moment. In this place, they're really going to have to find about 0.2 of a second if they want to get up there to 8 Go, and even maybe more than that. They're going to need it.
We're going to find it now.
Yeah.
Hudson Howard had a tremendous run. Look at that bump drop. That's perfect camera work.
Just all over him.
Example. He's almost like Hudson's got you on in his ear, Caleb. He was listening to you as the gap can come down. Yeah, 0.2 of a second a lap. It's a lot, but it can happen. Last time around, Westbrook and Howard 59.5s, Go 59.4.
Yeah, even then, here, Henry, this is a long shot for Hudson Howard, right? As the championship points stand, Hudson Howard needs to win this race, and he needs Mason Brody to finish behind Yusuf Adi. And when you look at the gaps, Yusuf is kind of losing time here to Mason, and they're not catching. So even if Hudson is able to stay ahead of Dutch Westbrook, it would still, through it all, go the way of Mason Brody. It's a big ask to try and deny what Mason Brody has done here this weekend, Henry.
So you're saying there's a chance? You're saying there's a chance? And I know it's an outside
small
chance.
small chance.
But that is what has to drive Hudson Howard. It is not mathematically impossible. Therefore, you do everything you can to get to the end result. Until it is impossible, you still push on. That is, that is what is driving Hudson Howard. Yeah, you're right. You're right. The kart chaser maths class have done a fantastic job. But yeah, there's still a chance. With 4 laps to go, yeah, we are in the realms of, a huge shock. But how many times have we seen that happen? How many times have we had that huge shock? That last lap mechanical failure, that last lap incident where suddenly a race is turned on its head. Brody, though, is digging in. His team will be saying, you're okay, because they'll have done the math, and they'll say, this math is mathing. We're happy. Stay there. Stay there, Mason. You're okay. You're okay. Adi. Now here are the next 2 drivers, Chaveri and Tarango, running 6th and 7th. Not realistically a factor, but working together nonetheless. They're not giving up. Why aren't they giving up? Because they're thinking, okay, potentially a top 5. They don't know what's happening. There's there could be an incident between Howard and Westbrook, in which case they might be fighting for a scrap on the podium. Who's got a time penalty? You never know. Then behind Tarango is Slate Harrell in the number 188 kart. And Harrell is running all on his own, 8 seconds off the lead, but 2 seconds in front of Dalton Sears and Max Santana.
And here we go with Aiden Go. Last year at the SCUSA Pro Tour, he went back-to-back in his really one of his first appearances in the at the Pro Tour, and he was able to win. As now the battle for second looks a little bit different. Hudson Howard, after waiting for a long time behind Dutch Westbrook, has finally passed him and gotten himself through for second here, Henry. And with 3 laps to go, 2.5 really.
No, I know, yeah, exactly. Aiden Go has done enough. It looks like it will not be this time for Hudson Howard. It looks like it, but until the checker flags fall, we cannot ever write the name on a ticket to the grand finals before everything is ratified. But as things stand, Mason Brody, he did everything yesterday where he put a spanking on him, and now it's game on. Okay, now the fight is on for second. Mason Brody might even catch these two and make it a three-way scrap. It would be so cruel if any of these drivers missed out on the podium after the entertainment they've given us. But here comes Hudson Howard, the crossover. We're going to dance for the final 2 laps here at MCC Cincinnati. And Howard to the outside.
Brody's going to catch him here, Henry.
Oh, yes.
With 1 lap to go, Mason Brody's going to catch him, and this is going to be an all-out brawl for the second spot. They just got to be careful, right? Got to be careful. Got to manage what they have. Can't really force the issue all too much.
No, this is where Brody's team saying, no, Mason, slow down, because you don't want to be, involved in something in anything that happens that means you finish 16th or 17th. Just whoa, Nelly! But Mason's out for a podium. Of course, he's going to go for it.
Yeah, and here we go. Side by side, Brody's going to try the outside, working his way through. There's Aiden Go at the bottom. He's going to get the white flag in the air this time around, and Mason Brody's a tire into the grass. He was just sideways there with Hudson Howard looking to work their way through as Westbrook's going to take them all to the bottom. They're working their way down to turn number 2. Westbrook down low. Hudson follows. Mason looking to cross them both up as they exit turn number 3 and race their way up to turn 4.
So Aiden Go, Powerland USA on the bottom screen, cruising towards another victory here in Minimax. The ticket to Grand Finals, well, half a lap to go and it's Mason Brody's. He looks to the inside. Hudson Howard, while he wants to finish on the podium, and Brody's getting slowed up here. Look at the 3 karts catching him. Chaveri, Adi, Tarango are arriving on the scene. Mason Brody, don't race your way out of the grand finals. And he looks to the inside. He gets the job done. Hudson Howard's challenge is broken, but it's go time again in Cincinnati for Aiden Go. Dutch Westbrook is second, and Mason Brody finishes third and provisionally is your Minimax champion at the RMC America's Trophy. Welcome to Team USA. What was it, Chief Brody out of the film Jaws? Well, welcome Mason Brody.
Yeah, what a drive in there. You see it, 65 points. The difference in between Hudson Howard and Aiden Go, who puts himself in the conversation, jumps up to third in the championship. Something about Aiden Go and the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati just works out perfectly time and time again. Yesterday was bad luck. Today it's turned around. Aiden Go, your winner on Sunday, and it's almost deja vu from 2025 at the SCUSA Pro Tour. Aiden Go victorious once again here at the Country Club. Westbrook to Brody, your provisional podium places that we'll see later on today in the post-race coverage, Henry.
Yes, indeed. There is a look. Well, Aiden, Dutch, Hudson, nail time will come. Hudson there's more chance to come this year. But Mason Brody, a worthy champion in lots of ways. It was a slog. Yep.
And here's a look. Oh, this is after the checkered.
Oh, no, that is.
Yeah, after the checkered flag there. Hudson Howard and Mason Brody.
Well, you know, say no more. Mason Brody beats Hudson Howard for the ticket. It's a long season. You don't catch everything. That's karting. But, it was lively. Aiden Go makes the move for the lead, and that was that. But it wasn't that. It was that. That was that. And then there was this.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America, use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Hey guys.
We are rolling for Junior Rotax, the biggest field of the day. Maxwell Matcher and Kai Clark share row number 1. Enzo De Janeiro and William Vita on row number 2. Nico Orbeso, Joshua Wheeler go from row number 3. Marco Fazzari, John McLaren, Leo De Silva, and Clayton Stiles are your top 10. There's a whole more of the screen to go.
Max Mitev, Ben Gleverman, row number 6 with Brandon Eng and Cruz Rodriguez on row number 7. Giovanni Blackerby, Alex Chandler, row number 8 with Travis Van Horn on 9, alongside Christian Sanguinetti. And then Hudson Erlin and Connor Lepka, your top 10 rows, top 20 starters.
Graham Eastlick, Cooper Itor, Wyatt Kroger, James Cushman, Maverick Martin, Paxton Romero, Nicholas Castro, and Yutaka Sonoda. Brandon Ing, fresh. How fresh is he off his FC85 win? John McClellan, how fresh is he from his podium position in the same class? Wyatt Kroger also out in both classes. I'm sure, was that the only 3 double duties? Well, they're fighting further back. Up at the front, this is Matcha versus Clark versus De Janeiro. Junior Rotax into the tram lines. This will be a monster. 20 laps is go.
Oh, and Clark into the side of Maxwell Macha on the exit of turn number 2. He's going to take the lead, and Maxwell Macha's going to get swarmed by the pack. Vieter's through, or Bezos clear. His teammate Enzo De Janeiro gets by as well. But this race has been flipped upside down after Macha swept the day today. From pretty much yesterday to the pre-final, Macha won. Penalties gave it to Nico Bezo, and then Macha came back and won the main event. Qualified on pole, won the pre-final, and now has a lot of work to do in the main event to get back to the front.
Yeah, I'll have to have a look again at that actual move there. Kai Clark, here we go. Clark to the inside on the brakes and up on the curb. And Macha, I'm sure, will argue that that was his corner, and Kai Clark will argue, yeah, hang on a sec, I was up on the curb. Oof. Well, Kai Clark leads the way. Macha crosses the line, P5. This is lap 2 out of 20, and Macha is still there. Macha, well, bump draft, slipstreams his teammate Enzo De Janeiro past Nico Orbeso. We'll get a look at the title picture at some point in this race, I am sure, but Kai Clark has got William Vita to deal with. Now, ignore, so Kai Clark's name not appearing up on the timing and scoring pylon, but he is, I'm sure you, leading the race. Our timing and scoring system hasn't updated itself, so we may have had an issue with the timing and scoring, so we'll just call it as we're on track. William Vita driving so impressively this weekend, and you know, he's been with Carly Keeble a long time. He's been now with, you know, J. Howard Drive Developments, with MPG Motorsports. He's nearly there. It's time for him to take the next step.
Yeah, and he moved up to junior halfway throughout the year. I believe early, a couple of years ago when we were in Orlando, and that could have been 2 years ago. And since then, just kind of finding his footing year after year to get himself to this point right here, fighting for wins, fighting for podiums in the junior division. A little mistake, a little wide on the exit of turn 11 is going to allow Nico Orbezo, who is one of the drivers in the championship conversation. Actually, your championship points leader at the moment. Macha's making a case for himself. The same for now the driver in second, Enzo De Janeiro, a two-time Team USA representative.
Absolutely.
And puts himself in second here with Clark. And now this is going to change as Maxwell Macha looks to the inside of turn number 1 on Enzo De Janeiro. Macha's going to get it. He's through for second.
Yeah, and you know, Enzo, if I were Enzo De Janeiro, I think this is a prime opportunity to sit in and just follow my teammate. And Orbezo has got the better of Vita. And look how close they are. Then in sixth position, you have got Joshua Wheeler for REM, Racing Edge Motorsport, the first of the Canadians in this race. Then it's John McClellan in P7, followed by Marco Fazzari, Leo Da Silva, Clayton Stiles. That's top 10. Max Vitev, front row qualified position this morning. He only runs 11th. They had a Brandon Ing. Then it's Cruz Rodriguez, Ben Glieberman from the back of the grid up at the P14 after a problem post-qualifying. Connor Lipka, Giovanni Blackerby, Alex Chandler having a torrid weekend down in 17th, but all is not well with that chassis. I think that Carlos Sainz chassis, it snapped on Friday. It'll be heading towards the big racetrack in the sky very soon as Alex can get hold of a new wagon. Hudson Erlin, Travis Van Horn, Paxton Romero, Yutaka Sonoda from the back of the grid up to 21st. As we look at Orbezo on De Janeiro for fourth position. Oh, and there's Van Horn, and it looks like a factory kart of some description off as well.
Yeah, there you go. Those two are off. And you saw that pass in between Orbezo and De Janeiro. That's in between the two drivers who are currently leading the championship. Orbezo's first. De Janeiro
okay.
second.
Here goes Maxwell Matcher. Now, Maxwell, I'm sure. Well, there we go. And that is Kai Clark saying, hey, sorry, now, Kai fights for everything. It's in his nature. He did not fight one little bit there. I think he knows, yeah, you know what? That first lap move, I got into you. But hey, you're back now. And, I'm not going to fight you. Off you go. Now it's in Kai's mind, that's 1-1. That's equal. Okay? Here we go. Back inside. Game on.
Game on for sure.
Game on.
Proving you wrong here, Henry. Proving you wrong as now Maxwell Macha's up at the front. Clark to Orbezo, to De Janeiro, to John McClellan, and more are on their way. Fazzari's not too far back. De Silva to Viter, who's fallen all the way down to 8th. Wheeler, Mitev, that's your top 10. And then Brandon Eng, already a winner today. I thought he was further up. He's not. He's actually 11th. My apologies. Just paging is now Clark going on the inside of Maxwell Macha into turn 13. Clark is through. Side by side for third. Orbezo drops the tire into the dirt. De Janeiro doesn't get by. Orbezo holds on.
Okay, Nico Orbezo, Iron Rock Motorsports. Nico, who I met, I think, in the Texas Karting League in its very first season at Crescent in Texas. I love Texas. Crescent is a world away from Motorsport Country Club Cincinnati. But this is where Nico Orbezo has to stand up at the big stage, because this is his ticket to lose. It's his first ticket to Team USA to lose, and he can lose it because he is in the midst of a snarling junior Rotax pack. And his title rival, albeit an outsider, Orbezo thinks to himself, right, there we go, the best way to win this, from the front. No one can get me a nose cone penalty if I'm leading the race. But he has to be careful because it's not done yet. Enzo De Janeiro, 4th on the road, and you throw in a battling, sort of agitated Maxwell Macha and Kai Clark into the mix. Orbezo, he don't want no part of it.
Yeah, Nico's been so comfortable in these situations as well in 2026, Henry. Time and time again, he likes to be that driver out in front. He likes to be the driver, to kind of set the tone of the race, to be in control pretty much. And he, whenever it comes down to the dogfights later on in the race, he's just so good at putting himself to the bottom, at defending, at just holding for position, and putting his competitors in uncomfortable situations, right, where you have to try and move around the outside, where you have to try and go to the dirty side of the racetrack. You see a lot of that out of the driver in the 238. And for Maxwell Macha, it's the same thing. The past couple weeks, he is really starting to kind of find his groove, find his way in junior. Won last week at the Stars Championship Series. He won yesterday as well. 2 wins in a row across the national scene for that young man in 125cc. And this week, on Sunday, looks to make it 3 in a row after winning yesterday. But then there's Clark, and then there's De Janeiro, and there's more and more and more further back in the field. It's just a matter of being patient like they are right now. Orbezo's happy to be in front. Macha's happy to follow, and they're doing a good job because they're starting to pull away from the Brit in third.
Yeah, I think Maxwell Macha is, he's looking back, he goes, okay, I'm ahead of Kai Clark. The best way to stay ahead of Kai Clark, for me at the moment, is to push this Tony Kart up the road. Kai Clark, again, he's so much taller, he's so much heavier. So he's fighting, I think he's 9 pounds over the weight limit. So he's having to hustle at that kart all the time. He's carrying a lot more load, and of course, 9 pounds is 9 pounds of anyone's weight, and that's 9 pounds more to stop going into a corner. 9 pounds. Here comes Maxwell Macha to the race lead, and the Paralympic USA driver moves back onto the point. Behind the top 3, who are still nose to tail, Enzo De Janeiro has been joined by Marco Fazzari. Marco Fazzari, 56.873, new fastest lap of the race. There's still 5 or 6 in this. John McClellan, only 2 seconds off the lead in P6. William Vita, 2.3 down in 7th. Leo De Silva, 3 seconds down in P8. Half distance. And you could probably throw a pillowcase over the top three. They're that close.
Yeah, very, very close to each other here, Henry. This, coming into this main event, Nico Urbezo had a significant lead in the championship over Enzo Di Gennaro, and they were first and second. Leo Da Silva was in third. Da Silva already has clinched a ticket at the start of the year at the RMC Winter Trophy at Speed Sports Racing Park, and then Woon, with him not here, is down in fourth. Macha's in fifth, looking to get himself even further up in the championship. But this is the best case scenario for Nico Urbezo, right? Being in the position right here, Di Gennaro's going to need a whole lot from fourth to try and spoil the party in any way that he can. But, we're focusing in to the race win here, and Macha's looking to get another one to his name. Urbezo's looking to get another national win to his name this year in 2026, where he's really been able to break through. Last year in his rookie year, came close time and time again across the Texas Sprint Racing Series, and fell short more often than not, and learning, maturing a little bit as well throughout the year. Kept putting himself now more often in situations like this on the return of really Iron Rock Motorsports to the national scene this year.
Well, yeah, do you know what? Attention, the paddock. There is a new Rotax team in town, right at the very top of the pecking order, and it's Iron Rock Motorsports. Nico Urbezo, like I said, it's not done yet. We've got 8 laps to go, but Nico from San Antonio in Texas, the biggest state in the union. Well, nothing in karting is as big in terms of its scale at the Rotax Grand Finals. Anyone who has walked into that paddock will tell you one thing: you have no idea until you are in the Grand Finals paddock itself just how big an event it is, the scale of it. That's why there are so few circuits on the world that can even host it, because it needs, well, half of the tracks we go to are help with Formula One venues as well, because we need the space. Nico Urbezo needed just about enough space there to make the move. Kai Clark sticks his nose in. Macha says no, and pushes Urbezo across the line. Now Clark has to defend with Di Gennaro, and Fazzari pushes Di Gennaro into third place. Clark back to fifth, make that fourth as he goes in on his teammate. Here comes John McClellan to the party, but it's Urbezo to the point from Macha.
And a perfect display of just taking what's given to you there for John McClellan. The first opportunity available to make up spots, he took it, and he was through on Fazzari there. Now McClellan's up to the top 5. Di Gennaro now chasing down his teammate in Maxwell Macha and his championship competitor Nico Urbezo for the win of this race. They're working their way through this time. Lap number 13. It's going to be 7 laps to go this next time around here, Henry.
You know, this is the best place for Nico Urbezo to be, on point, up at the front. If I were Nico Urbezo, this is where I would, 7 laps to go. It's early to start defending, but, it is early to start defending. But in the context of what's at stake, Urbezo does not want to be anywhere near this pack of karts at all. One mistake could ruin it all. Stay out of the way, up at the front. You can't just peel over, pull across and drop to the back, because you'll lose it. You'll lose the ticket. But you've got to stay at the front. Di Gennaro is not done yet. Lap times last time around on lap 13, 57.4 for Urbezo, 57.4 for Macha, 57.6 for Di Gennaro, 57.8 for Kai Clark. So the two leaders are lapping as fast as anybody at the moment. Marco Fazzari still has the best lap at a 56.8, but the pace has dropped off. The entire pace of this race has dropped off by at least half a second.
And you'll get that, right? With as much defending, you have the tires kind of fall out of that perfect window whenever you're extracting the maximum pace out of them. And now, just kind of overeating, everything's kind of running hot. And in the driver's seat, under that helmet, you're starting to think, what are you going to do throughout these last 3 laps, throughout this last third of the race, with about 5.5 laps to go, to come away in the best spot possible, to come away with a race win. You start planning, you start thinking, when are you going to pass if you're in the seat of Maxwell Macha? When are you going to look to get yourself into the mix if you're Enzo Di Gennaro? And if you're Kai Clark, how do you stay right here in fourth? How do you not lose any more ground than you have throughout this race? These are all questions that these young drivers are asking themselves, right?
Wow.
You got to plan. You got to think of of how to put yourself in this situation.
Caleb, we were just saying about the track falling off, and then 3, 4, 5, 6 out of the top 12 drivers in the race set their personal best lap on lap 3. We got a new leader, Maxwell Matcher. Another 6 drivers set their personal best. The track's getting quicker and quicker. The pace is picking up. Game on. Now Orbezo has got to be very, very, very careful indeed. You've got to pick your moments, Nico Orbezo, because you're in the middle of a Paralympic sandwich and you don't want the jaws to snap shut while you are in the middle of it. Up the hill, Kai Clark sets about Enzo Di Janeiro. He looks over his shoulder. Di Janeiro defends. John McClellan is there in 5th position for Christian Bird Motorsport. Rounding out the lead group, De Silva, Vita and Fatari. We got 1.7 seconds separating the top 8, and we're coming towards the conclusion of lap 16 out of 20.
Yesterday was Maxwell Macha winning the one-on-one battle against Orbezo. Today, Clark's going to send it in the inside to Enzo Di Janeiro's going to block again there from John McClellan. De Silva looked to get himself into the mix. He got tripped up. He just had a checkup right behind William Viter, and Fazzari still ahead of him. But up front, with the battling going on for third on back, it's a one-on-one battle in between Orbezo and Maxwell Macha as they work their way through. Orbezo still in second, and Clark with a new opportunity to close down the gap to the top 2.
I was going to say, look at the lines that Kai Clark is taking. He knows, okay, he's made the decisive pass. He's only worried about attacking. This is Kai Clark's bid for victory. He made the move, and then he just started taking a much wider line coming in the corner to straight line the exit through the first half of this lap. It's gained him so much ground over Di Janeiro. Clark is now, this is his bid for victory. I want to see the lap time from Kai Clark, a 57.4. So he lost 2/10 to the race leaders, but then again, he also had to make a move for position. This is the lap that will decide if Kai Clark contends for the victory on pace or not. He had a slow lap while he had to deal with Enzo Di Janeiro, and then once he's got past Di Janeiro, now he's making his move. He's stuck in no man's land. He has got to worry about defending, but he hasn't got the slipstream yet. He hustles his body, his very tall, lanky frame up the hill, checks over his shoulder, gets his head down. Macha and Orbezo not defending. There's the gap between the race second and third. That was at the start of this lap. Let's have a look next time around as we finish lap 18 and start the penultimate lap. Clark slaps the steering wheel. Is it in frustration? Maybe a 56.9 for Clark. Orbezo's doing enough.
Yeah, and here you go with Nico Orbezo, who again, this stage right here is when he lost the race yesterday, fighting with Maxwell Macha, trying to get it, and Macha just able to pull away from Orbezo to the checkered flag pretty much. And look, you got to look back as well to the start of the year here, Henry. Alex Chandler, Speed Sports Racing Park, home track for Alex, able to win, and that was a feel-good victory for the Iron Rock Motorsports crew in quite some time on the national scene. And this weekend, Orbezo's trying to do just that, right? Trying to replicate it after having a very successful start at the year over at the Orlando Karting Complex. A couple of wins in Rock GP, a couple of wins in the VLR Senior package as well. And again, this weekend, just looking to get back to the top step. And I look back to yesterday, right? Needs a little more, needs to get more out of that Tony Kart to close down the gap to Maxwell Macha. And yesterday, the 274 was just so strong in these final 2 to 3 laps where he was able to keep Orbezo at a car length to 2 car lengths where he wasn't able to make a move.
Kai Clark, he's beat the steering wheel, ringing out. He's in the 56s at this stage of the race. But Nico Orbezo, they say they do everything bigger in Texas. And that could be true, including the stakes. Well, Portugal's also known for its stake, and they don't do anything bigger than a Rotax Grand Finals at Portimao in Portugal, and that is where Nico Orbezo is going. It's Match's day. It's Orbezo's ticket. Nico Orbezo, Iron Rock Motorsport, welcome to the big dance. welcome to Portimao as Matcha does the double.
Maxwell Matcha, a sweep of the weekend. He wins on Saturday, and he wins again on Sunday. Maxwell Matcha, 3 wins in a row for that young man. He won last week, he won yesterday, and he wins today. What form is that 274? Is that 274 on, Henry? Go ahead.
And it's different engines. Last week was
125 cc. Either way.
Yeah, but no, it's a different. It's there's things to adapt to. When you're in form, you're in form. My word, he had to work for that. On the last lap, Kai Clark did a 56.8 on the last lap of the race, half a second quicker. I'm normally against the sort of big hand gestures, but when you're punching the steering wheel to try and make the steering wheel go faster, I got no problem with that. John McClellan, 4th on the line. What a day, what a weekend it's been for Christian Bird Motorsport and John McClellan. I hope Macy Williams, her kart is better for the final. Connor Lipka and Travis Van Horn were the only 2 who failed to finish. Cooper Etor, Maverick Martin, Nicholas Castro, they were the supporters, the support part, the bit part players. No one's a bit part player, but that was the supporting cast. The main stars, though, Matcha on both days, or Bezo over both weekends, and Kai Clark on his debut in the USA takes home a podium finish. Oh, 2 races to go, Caleb. We've got 2 races, 1 ticket. We're going to go down to Cameron Reed in the pits, I would assume, right about now.
Not as red as mine. Maxwell Matcha. We're here with Maxwell Matcha in the scale line. Pretty crazy race there. Got shuffled back a little bit on the start. What happened?
Not sure what happened to the lights. They didn't put the lights out, so it's kind of confusing. So that was kind of confusing part. But the driving was intense. Everybody drove good. But oh, it's so hot. Like I said, we found the gear and everything, and really good. And I want to thank Taylor Engines, so I can pronounce it better, and Paralyn, Motorsport USA, Ben for making this happen, my coach Marco, and my mom and dad.
Great job, dude.
Thank you.
Talent tuning, so he can pronounce it better. Love that. Yesterday, Dennis Daly and his son Zach, with help from Lee Murray. He thanked Dennis yesterday, but today he thanked the whole Talon team. There is a very provisional look at your points standings. Nico Orbeso. Okay, let's talk about Nico. I can say it's great to see him from the Texas Karting League for Iron Rock Motorsport joining Team USA, but what has propelled him to this point? What is it about the Texan karting scene, of which you know so much, that I'll tell you what, Caleb, what does it take to get there? I'll let you think about that, what the Texas karting scene has done for Nico. Let's hear from the man himself.
Yeah, Nico, maybe not the finish across the line that you wanted. Still great finish, but you are our champion. You will be going to Portugal. How does it feel?
Feels so great.
Kind of talk me through the year up to this point. You've had a lot of really good runs, time and time again, no matter where we go in the country. Kind of talk me through that confidence build throughout the year and ultimately able to carry that into the World Championships later.
So, every time I win, I feel like if I can do better every time, I feel like I could win by more, drive better. So that just pushes me, motivates me to get faster and faster.
Well, who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad for being a great mechanic, my mom for cheering me on, my brothers at home cheering, Charlie Swain for coaching me so much, my teammates Alex and Clayton, Alpine Stars for giving me great gear, and Fox Engines.
Well, great job, buddy. We're going to see you in Portugal later this year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Caleb. What a delightful young man. What a great interview.
Yeah, competition is what you get in Texas, and there's your answer. But Nico Orbezo going to be the champion. Maxwell Macha going to be the victor on Sunday. Masters Max coming up next.
Hey guys, I'm Chris.
I spy, with my little eye, 2 Max Masters karts. Where is Jose De La Garza? We saw him retire from the pre-final. It can't be. Our 3-horse race can't be a 2-horse race before it even gets going, can it? Mike Rollison and Billy Cleveland are solo on the circuit. We saw Jose De La Garza pull in with a mechanical issue. I wonder if that mechanical issue was a terminal mechanical issue, and they had to take the wagon out to the back of the woodshed and put it out of its misery. That could be, well, you know something? I've been doing this job for a long time. I've never, ever done a race where there's been more people in the commentary box than on the circuit. We'll get to that in a moment. Our 2 Max Masters crossed the line, Mike Rollison and Billy Cleveland. Now Cleveland retired from the pre-final. Has he saved his tyres? Was it a tactical change?
Mike Rollison now is in the lead of this race as we get going. Billy Cleveland in second.
So there we go. Oh no. Oh, is that? Oh, what happened at the bottom? That's is that Jose De La Garza sort of struggling to get going? I was saying earlier. So Mike Rollison and Billy Cleveland, fresher tyres on that 658 kart. Are we in for a 20-lap bonanza? Well, I'm not sure if we are. I'll tell you what, Caleb. Why don't we ask? Why don't you decide whether we? You know, what do we think, Billy Cleveland, tactics or not?
Well, I don't know. He's got a lot of work to do here to try and close down his gap to Mike Rollison before this one comes to a close. 2 car lengths, 3 car lengths is about what it sits on now. But, Henry, let's enjoy the sights and sounds here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati for the next couple laps. This one, again, really listen in to what is going on here on the racetrack. All issues down on the racetrack for De La Garza. He wanted to get this one going, hoping that the issue would fix itself. Unfortunately, it's not. He's going to be out of this race early.
Here we are as we watch the 2-horse race. Billy Cleveland, hey, don't sleep on Billy Cleveland. We could have a battle on our hands here, ladies and gentlemen. We're on lap 3 out of 20. Now, I'm not saying that Mike Rollison would do anything of the sort of sandbagging or, you know, maybe, you know, just give it 75% to get the crowd into it, to get the crowd on their feet. But quite literally, this is mano a mano, because the other mano is on the grass. On the standing on the grass. Not on the, no, hang on. I was legal here, but no. He is standing and watching. These are the 2 drivers. The only 2 drivers. Mike Rollison Billy Cleveland. Rollerson, owner of the Rollerson Performance Group, a grand finalist for Team USA back in 2006. At the very least, Billy Cleveland, last time Billy Cleveland went to the grand finals, he was definitely there in 2016. Has he been since? I'm not sure he has. Maybe once. I'm trying to think back, but he is a multiple grand finalist, but has competed in the CIK FIA World Kart Championships. He's done it all in his 55-year career as Billy Cleveland.
We'll send it on down here trackside as well. Cameron Reed is standing by with some more information before we get racing here with our Senior Max drivers later on in the day.
Here in the Paralympic tent, it's all smiles in here as Aiden Go, his go-karts just made it back, cleared tech. Kind of talk me through that last lap, and honestly, the whole race pretty crazy.
Yeah, it was a bit crazy. The other tents, different chassis and all that stuff, they just kept battling. And then once I got through all of them, I just pulled away because I kept driving really good.
What was going through your mind on that last lap, trying to make sure you hit all your marks to bring it home for the win?
In my mind, I'm like, if I win, there's nothing really to be too happy about. Because, like, if you're like, you don't want to be like so happy to like, and then you just get DQ'd.
Well, I think you can be pretty happy now, huh? Now that Dad's made it back and we got the all good. Are you happy now?
Yeah.
All right, there you guys have it. Aiden, go.
Well, you know, you don't want to get too overexcited, you know, until we're back from tech, until Lynn Haddock, who was at Lake Speed's mechanic when Lake Speed won the 1977 World Karting Championship. And running lap number 6 now. Still Billy Cleveland. Still Billy Cleveland hangs on, holds on, pressurizing, taking the fight to Mike Rollerson. A 58.2 best lap of the race. Mike was running slightly quicker in the pre-final. I'm not saying that he's just, but he's got to conserve, ladies and gentlemen. Mike Rollerson will argue, hey, it's a 20-lap race. If I go out too hard, then something might break. I know my team put together the best go-karts because they're my team. But I've got to make sure that I look after my equipment, look after my machinery, and if that means I have to, slow down by a couple of tenths, then so be it. Billy Cleveland is doing, yeah, okay, Mike, I'm just going to, Billy, one of these two drivers is pushing as hard as he possibly can. Possibly both. But I know Billy Cleveland is. He's got fresher tyres. It was a tactic. Billy Cleveland knows so much about go-karting that he can actually flick his own chain off without touching it. That is how much Billy Cleveland knows about go-karting, just to give himself an 8-lap tyre advantage to the final, Caleb.
And here we go. Mike Rollerson in his post-race interview earlier on today, he was a big advocate for the Rotax package and the Masters coming into race here. And again, a lot of advocates around and dealers of the package themselves. One of them, I should say, joining us now here in the booth, Marcelo Sanchez. Laura, you guys have been pretty busy bringing the whole camp out here to Indianapolis, Indiana. First of all, welcome to the booth and welcome to the America's Trophy here in Cincinnati.
Thanks for having me, guys. Really appreciate it, giving me the opportunity to be here. Yeah, and thanks to Rotax for hosting an amazing event. We're getting the Masters race started, and looks like Mike Ross is pulling away, and Mr. Cleveland is right there real close in behind. And, just as Henry said earlier, this will be probably the first race where I've ever seen where we have 3 guys in the booth and 2 guys on the track, but I'm more than happy to be part of it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, Marcelo, who is the young brother of Massimo Sanchez Lara, the MSL in MSL, they brought a number of drivers out from the Texas, the regional series, the club series, or at the national level. It's 31.5 degrees. I mean, I know that's a cool down in Texas, but you just come in here for the air conditioning. I'm joking. Obviously, you're here to watch the race. You're here to watch Mike Rollerson pull away. But talk us through a little bit about how hard it is, how much work have you and your brother and the rest of the team done to get the full team of how many karts have you got here this weekend, and how is it like bringing them all up, because they're all national rookies, aren't they?
Yes, we have 4 Micro Swifts, 1 Mini Swift, 1 Junior Max, and 1 Senior Max.
How about Micro, Mini Max, and Micro Max?
So our four kiddos, we got 3 of them. It's making their national debut. We've got one of them, Rodolfo Garza. He's a seasoned veteran in the national scene, especially in the Micro Swift and the Micro Max stuff. And we've got Ethan Wilson making his debut in the national scene in the Senior Max. And thankfully after that pre-final, he's A-OK. That go-kart's going to be on the track. And shout out to his mechanic, Mr. Chris Summers. He did an amazing job putting that go-kart back together. And in Junior Max, just recently, we had Nicholas Castro also making his national debut. And our 3 micros include Vettel Baker, Sebastian Kim, and JJ DeShong, all making their national debut here at the RMC Trophy of Americas.
You've got to temper expectations, haven't you? Because they're all used to winning. I mean, so you guys have raced at the Texas Karting League, the TSRS. Those drivers, are used to winning at the local regional club level. How do you say to them, prepare them? Okay, it's a big step up for anybody, So we're not going to come in here and get disheartened when you're not instantly fighting for podiums.
Yeah, at these events, we got to set the expectations right from the jump. We got to let them know that if you want to become the best, you got to race against the best. And unfortunately, we don't have the best talent at the local scene. But to become the best, you have to come to these big national events. And we see these guys at the front. Your Jack Katowskis, your Alessio Tostis, those guys that are putting in the work time in and time out. And we say, hey, this is where the level is. This is the bar. Let's see how high we can get, or how close we can get there this weekend.
Yeah, indeed. And I said to Caleb as we watch, Billy Cleveland, lap times 58.2, 58.2, 58.3. We're hovering around the same time. Consistency. We're just over the halfway mark. Mike Wallison is leading by 2 seconds now, and I think you saw Mike, not taking it easy. That's not being fair at all on Billy Cleveland. Just, being steady and then just naturally allowing himself to pull away bit by bit by bit. I asked Caleb, who is the main commentator, you TSRS, okay? You're Mr. TSRS. Nico Abeso, with that first ticket, Texas, of their first driver going to Team USA. What is so special about karting in Texas on every level that gets drivers, that bring the drivers up to this level? So Abeso, from club to Team USA, you've got a whole group of drivers, just mentioned 7 of them. Yeah, they've come from club to national, and they're making their progress. What makes this Texas karting season so special?
Well, I mean, kind of Marcelo mentioned it, right? Throughout the various different, series that we have and different races that we have, these drivers are in the seat very, very often, right? There's a lot to do every other week. I feel like you guys are at the racetrack, more often than not in race spec. You guys raced at TKO a couple weeks ago and over in Katy, and then, you're over here getting ready. They're doing practices, club races in between. So these drivers are in the car, driving week in, day out, especially now with summer. I mean, there's a lot going on, and the level of competition throughout the full-size stuff is at a very high level, right? It's the same drivers that you see at a TKO or at a TSRS. I think TSRS a little more so, that are just at the front of the field. You had Orbezo running up at the front here. In senior, it's the same thing. A lot of the regulars, right, that you see run up at the front of a national 100cc field is what they run. But even more so, this Rotax package is starting to emerge a little more, specifically in the Dallas Metroplexes, where it's starting to find its boom throughout a variety of different series. I know you've kind of done it as well. What about this package have you guys kind of liked so much, Marcelo, in comparison to maybe something else? I know it's a great local option. A lot of your customers are starting to kind of take to it.
Yeah, it's super reliable. The Rotax factory puts out a product that, we can strap on. You can put you can put a lot of hours on it, and you don't have to be concerned about a rebuild. And, it's very easy to use. It's quick to start. You charge the battery like it's a phone. Super easy to use. And I think the slide carburetor is super. It's a great tool to become a better driver, understanding throttle control and understanding where the power band really is on these engines. And, from the start, we go from a 125cc piston from the Micro Max all the way up to the Senior Max. The only thing we're changing is the ECU the pipe, the radiator, and when we get to Senior Max, we change the cylinder. And Rotax offers a service program where you can buy the cylinder yourself and go from junior to senior. And with the micros, we start, hey, after we do a couple races here, why don't we do some testing in a mini max and see what the speed really feels like. And then even with our minis, we say, hey, let's jump into a full-size go-kart, and you don't have to buy a new engine. You can just change the pipe, bigger radiator. It's a conversion kit you can buy through Rotax, and like I said, extremely reliable. Rarely do we ever have any times where these go-karts won't start on the grid or anything else like that. And the customer service is fantastic. We've got Mr. John Giacomelli. He's helped us out a great deal over the past couple of months. Even at the Texas Karting League stuff, Mr. John Mueller, who's in charge of that, he's helped us out a lot. And we've had other Rotax dealers come up in the DFW Metroplex and even in South Texas with Mr. Doug Foxworth, who's been doing a great job promoting it. And the bigger it is at the club scene, it's amazing to me. I love this package. I think it's a great stepping stone into the two-stroke world. A lot of people are scared of the IAME stuff and of the 100cc classes, the 125cc classes, but I think it's a great stepping stone in the two-stroke world, and I'm very excited to see what this package can bring forward. I thought we had a great turnout in Arizona for the first round. I think we had an amazing turnout in Houston for those first 2 rounds. We had some top-level international talent. I remember telling those kiddos, be like, hey, these are the guys that are going to be at the World Finals. Mr. Macaulay Bishop absolutely dominating all weekend. I'm telling the kiddos, hey, that guy right there, he has won a World Final. He is one of the best drivers on this planet. And, again, that's thanks to the Rotax package, You see him training on that. We have our kids training that. We get to tell them, hey, if you want to become the best, we got to go to these races. We're going to go to these big national events. And we're going to race this package because we really believe that in order to become one of the best drivers, you have to be on this package.
And it kind of ignites a fire in these young drivers, right? I remember going to my first big national race, and you're kind of woken up. It's a little bit of a reality check as well, right? When you get out there and you kind of get beat up by these drivers who are in the seat maybe more than you are, driving a little bit more often than you are. So that's one of the things that also I think for a progression to a driver, in his progression, it accelerates it a whole lot. Being in situations like this, right, where everything matters, setup matters, and then going to a club race and you just put the cart down and you don't change it. You don't do all too much to it, and here you're chasing everything, a different place, a different track. You got to change the way that you drive, how aggressive you are on the brakes. Tire pressure matters that much more. Your car setup matters that much more. The feedback they give you guys matters that much more, right? So, so on and so forth. These are all things, for drivers and people at home that are wanting to take part in an event like this. This is what it takes, and a good insight as to what you need to do to come into a national scene like this. And by no means we want to scare anybody, Henry, but there's a lot of incentives. Right? You can race in one of the biggest stages in the world at the World Finals.
Absolutely.
The Grand Finals at the end of the year.
And again, the Grand Finals, the DD2 Masters class, I was going to say to Marcelo, okay, you're dealing, you've got one senior driver, you've got Ethan Wilson, you've got a junior driver, the majority of your pilots, micro and mini. What about Masters? You've got 7 dads in the awning. Which one of those dads do you think would be best suited to getting in and trying a Masters kart? Because again, it's so simple to chop and change, isn't it?
You're right.
There's got to be there's a few dads in your awning that are wannabe racers, aren't there?
I believe so. I honestly, if I have to really pick, I can't decide. I've got 2 of them that I know would be willing to jump in the seat and absolutely go throw down and show their kids that they can drive. I've got a customer who even already has his own Senior Max. Matthew Baker. He's part of that TCS Porsche team, and he's jumped in the wheel, and I'm so glad to see him on the Rotax package. He says it's great. He says he loves it. He says it's super fast, and maybe the next thing is I got to talk him into maybe someone else wrenching for his kid and him jumping in Masters Max and see what we can do.
Why not? Hey, Rollison and Cleveland need some company. But you notice something? Billy Cleveland, a couple of laps ago there, he had coming out at turn number 14, he got that left rear wheel just over the lip, kicked up a bit of dust, he's still pushing on. And speaking of pushing on, well, here we go. Talk about professionalism. Mike Rollison has gone out, took it easy for the first quarter of the race, then eventually, as Billy Cleveland's challenge sort of wailed, he's picked at the pace. He's been out driving. I don't know how old Rolly is. He's, certainly, if he was racing 20 years ago, he's at least 21 years old. But look at the lap times. Even in this heat, with no competition, it's a test session. But it's not. It's a test, but every single lap is valuable. Remember that, drivers, and this is something I'm sure that you tell your drivers, Marcelo, as we get towards the end of this race. Every single lap is valuable. Look at that, 58.0, 58.4, okay, 58.1, 57.9, 57.9, 58.1. Incredible consistency. So you're still getting useful data out of a two-kart go-kart race. As the white flag mercifully comes into the air, not mercifully, because it's been absolutely fantastic having you up here, Marcelo. But again, you know, we need more dads in the karts. We need more masters out there. It makes this sport so much more special having these characters in the paddock, and they are characters, aren't they?
Absolutely, yeah. The dads are fantastic. You know, we've got some dads that live through their kids, and it's awesome to see when they do well. You see some of the biggest smiles I've ever seen in my entire life, and it's, you know, it's all thanks to the Rotax package at the end of the day. And you know, I've known Mike for a long time now. I've been in the sport since I was 5 years old, going from driver to mechanic to team owner, operator with my brother. And you know, I've known some of these big guys. I've known Mike. I've known Speed. I've known all these guys for a long time. And you know, it's nice to be able to show the paddock. And I'm 22 now, and I'm getting up there soon. And at one point, you know, I'll be. And here we go, on final lap. Mr. Mike Rollison taking the checkered flag. Your winner, Mike Rollison.
There we go. Calling the. Tell you what, he turns up here for one race and he's calling the action. Well,
there you go.
Only joking. No, Mike Rollison. Mike Rollison, Billy Cleveland. 1-2. Okay, it was a two-horse race, but in a two-horse race, that means you got one driver that beats. Mike Rollison got the job done.
Yeah, it does it again. Mike Rollison is going to get the win here in Masters Max. Sweeps the Sunday. In a couple of moments, it's time to go racing in Senior Max.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsports Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
The 2026 RMC America's Trophy has one race to go. The champion has already been decided in senior road tax, but we've got a second ticket to the grand finals to give out. P2. Who is going to take it? Boutillier, Macy Williams, or Butcher? What about a win for Blake Nash? How about Finnegan Bailiff making it 2 out of 2 for the hometown family? We've got 20 laps of action. Marcelo Sanchez Lara continues to join myself and Caleb Yaska up here in the commentary box. But Caleb, Blake Nash, redemption forthcoming? Question mark.
Yeah, we'll see. Yesterday it was a cracked spark plug that put him out of contention in the main event. Today is a new day, and leading up to this, he won the pre-final, which punched his ticket to the pole. He's getting ready to lead this field to the green flag, but the driver everybody's been talking about all weekend long here, Henry, is the one and only Aiden Ingrata, as he gets ready to start alongside him on row number 1. And Finnegan Bailiff on the inside on row number 2 is getting ready to, again, have one of the best seats in the house, taking the green flag here.
Yeah, and what about Sean Butcher on the outside? That 3 times, like you know, Lionel Richie, once, twice, 3 times a lady. Well, Sean Butcher is certainly a lady, but he could be the 3rd Brit to win on his weekend debut in 3 years for the RPG team at MCC Cincinnati. Point situation.
Macy Williams, currently second. William Boutillier is in the conversation. Isaac Malquit as well. The battle for second heats up. The final ticket to Portugal as well could switch hands, but we're into the tram lines. Nash on the bottom. Ingrata on the high side. Lights are out. We're underway in Senior Max.
Macy Williams from the back of the field has a mountain to climb. Can she do it as they head out of turns 2 and 3?
Here we go through the first couple of corners. Macy Williams making up some moves already, but Marcelo, this one, again, one of the harder tracks to pass at. You really have to be decisive on when you make them. What are you thinking as this race continues for Macy Williams?
Yeah, you know, going from the back, you know, becoming a hard charger, you'll probably see a purple lap time here anytime soon already. I mean, going all the way from the back, taking it one go-kart at a time. And, I mean, she's got a huge mountain to climb, like we said already. But other than that, I think she'll put it together. I mean, I was watching her in the pre-final and final yesterday. That go-kart looks very well balanced. That setup they got over there going on, Christian Brooks and Macy, they're a great team together, and I think she should be a threat here in the next couple laps.
Here we go, across the line. Complete lap number 1. Blake Nash on the factory kart leads by a whisker from Finnegan Bailiff. Finnegan Bailiff, Aiden Ingrata in 3rd position, falling back a little bit. Then it's Sean Butcher in 4th place, and I know that, Sean Butcher, the main race engine, decided to detonate itself on Friday. Conrad did a Freddie Mercury and made a bid for freedom. I want to break free, and did succeed in doing that, much to the upset of Sean Butcher. But he fights on, and here comes Finnegan Bailiff. Speaking of fighting Finn takes the lead of a turn number 12.
And again, a lot to learn from yesterday as well for the entire Trinity karting group. And that Burrell Art package yesterday, it was the conversation of tire pressures, Marcelo, and with 20 laps and with the heat continuing to go up, this one's going to be close up at the front. Blake Nash is going to get clear for the lead. Bailiff going to go right back, it looked like, in a turn number 2, thinks better of it. But look, keeping everything under temperature, getting everything heated up here. As far as tire pressure goes, that's one of the hardest things to navigate at this place.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, even I saw yesterday's Finn Bailiff's go-kart was hopping in the mid-corner and on the exit. And even I heard in the pit lane, you know, he said that thing started hopping, and we had that interview with Cameron. And to me, you know, the tire pressure is key here. It's a 20-lap main event and a super hot track. I think track temperature right now is about 145 degrees Fahrenheit. The tire window is going to be super, super tight here. I mean, you could go stupid low here on the tires. I'm talking like 8.5 pounds per square inch on the tire to maybe even lower to 7.8. And, you know, that's a fine line between the sidewall of the tire folding over on itself and Finn Bailiff drops a tire.
So you're saying that the track, because the track is 55 degrees hotter now than it was at the start of the day. So You're pushing the limits, aren't you, all the time as a team owner. Here comes Nash to the inside. And Ingrata says, thank you very much. We're 3 wide for second. Butcher's in the mix. Malcutt's in the mix. Wargo's closing in. Bailiff from first to fourth. And now Ingrata will try and escape up the road. Boutillier in the 303, trying to claim second in the championship. Where is Macy Williams? She's 9th, 3 seconds off the lead. There's 15 laps to go, ladies and gentlemen. 9th is nothing. There she is. She's the same camera shot. This is game on. It's not that she doesn't need to worry about Ingrata. You know, this is the pack that Macy Williams wants to catch. And that pack is making it much easier for Macy Williams. As a driver, this is where it's attack or be attacked, isn't it?
Yep, and absolutely, I totally agree with that. And wow, Little Sizzle up to third already. Impressive, the young superstar up to the front.
Here's a look at that pass right there. Blake Nash on the inside gets clear, sends it a little wide. And Nathan Ingrata, when you think he's having a quiet race, when we're not talking much about him, just able to set up a crossover and get clear. But as it stands right now, it's Macy Williams with the fastest lap of the race here, starting to pick it up, starting to kind of pick up some time. And all the battling in that midfield group there, Henry, has brought her right back into play.
Yep, Macy Williams arrives on the scene. She is there. There she goes in that multicolored black and blue, just really, really smart liveried CB Motorsport. And she's already behind. Is that behind William Boutillier? It is. This is for the ticket. Macy feeds William Boutillier a little bit of a wheel there going into turn number 13. P2 takes a DD2 ticket to the big dance. Boutilier's never driven a DD2. Macy Williams has not only driven a DD2, but has beaten the grand finals in the DD2 class before. She's come from the back with a new wiring loom. She's got Derek Wargo in her crosshairs. Meanwhile, Blake Nash, currently running second, sets the fastest lap of the race at 56.711. We've had that initial flurry. Now things have calmed down a little bit, and by calm down a little bit, I mean there's at least 2 kart lengths between all the leading contenders. As Boutilier's nose now, that again, I'm not going to say what looks like a nose go penalty and what doesn't.
It looks a little crushed in though, nonetheless.
There's a little bit of a divot in it.
Yeah, a little bit of contact there. And I'm interested here with Blake Nash, right? 0.7 of a second at a place like this. Fastest lap of the race. He's just that 10th better than Aiden Ingrata at this stage of the race, Marcel. And when you talk about getting this tire pressure kind of like heated up, this is that stage where you see that as Macy Williams is going to make another move here on Derek Wargo. That kart, that 324, again, you have to remember, fresher tires, that's going to make a difference here.
Yeah, absolutely. Tire life is huge in the name of this game. Unfortunately, she didn't finish that pre-final, but those laps, those tires are going to be 15 to 20 laps younger than everyone else's. That's huge in this game. And every corner you can see, she's just pulling away every corner, every sector of the race. She went from last, she's all the way up to 6th now. She is knocking on the door of a top 5, and soon we will see her on the bumper of Finn Bailiff.
Now, I'm going to put the pressure on the mathematicians here at Kart Chaser. Okay, Macy Williams, there's now 2 kart, there's now Derek Wargo between her and William Boutillier. Second in the championship goes to Portugal. And I'm not expecting, but I mean, this is where it gets closer and closer. Isaac Malcutt, he's third. He's in the mix. Williams is still only 6th, so there's still opportunities for Macy to get up the order and gain positions. Boutillier, if I was William Boutillier, I would be passing Derek Wargo as soon as I possibly could. Don't let that kart, that 324 kart, Christian Bird Motorsport, get too far in front. Yes, the field is spreading out a little bit, but we've seen it before, the field can concertina. Oh, somebody kicks up a bit of dust. Who will be that?
I think that would have been Nash. It looked like he was right behind Isaac Malcutt there. Sean Butcher passed by, Isaac Malcutt went by. There was dirt in the air, and Nash is pushing with everything that he's got to try and...
He's just set the new fastest
again,
lap
go
of the
faster,
race.
and yeah, that was Nash. Nash put a tire off the racetrack there, and that's brought Malcutt right to his rear bumper. So all the progression Nash was doing to close down his gap to Aiden Ingrata, that's all been thrown out of the window. That gap is now opened up by about half a second, and it sits at a 1.5 seconds in between himself and Aiden Ingrata. Look at it there.
pushing hard. Blake Nash dropping a tire. Maybe that go-kart isn't in the operating window it needs to be in, but soon that go-kart will be. I mean, we got 12 laps to go here, and normally around you're going to see an operating window of about 8 to 10 laps where the go-kart is just prime.
He's just driving hard, right? Driving hard here in the exit of turn 11, and it's so easy to make a mistake like that. There's dirt on the inside of that corner as well.
Someone's tripped over the inside curve. That's making the hardest part of this circuit even more treacherous. You know, as Isaac Malcutt now sets about Blake Nash. New fastest lap, Finnegan Bailiff in a 56.508 in 5th position. Macy Williams is 1.5 seconds behind Finnegan Bailiff in 6th. And William Boutillier has repassed Derek Wargo for 7th. So Boutillier only 1 position in front, behind Macy Williams. But they're both being outscored by Isaac Malcutt. How, you know, Isaac Malcutt has been robbed of a chance to race the grand final so many times. He's never gone yet. I think he's taken 3 tickets and has never been able to go for one reason or another. And then, you know, first year senior driver, he steals a ticket in the DD2, the ultimate class, a class he's never driven in, at the very last gasp of asking. There is your current position. Boutillier at 2nd in the championship, Boutillier. Malcutt 24 points behind. Williams 32 points behind. Little Sizzle on a sizzling day here in Ohio, 9 laps. Can he put a rabbit out of the hat? It's Boutillier's ticket to lose. Boutillier, though, is 7th. He has got a 1.5 second cushion now over Vargo, Tsunakawa, and the rest of the field.
Yeah, and this one is going to be close to the finish here, Henry. Aiden Ingrata, this would be an unprecedented 4 wins in a row. And that REM package, you know, just so much finesse in the way that Ingrata has gone about and driven these races time and time again. That, to me, looks like a driver who's comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Aiden's been on the OTK package for a while now. You know, he's been practicing with REM. He's been with Speed Concepts. He's been with RPG back in the day. And those are all OTKs as well. And, you know, Aiden is a Canadian man himself. And, you know, I know up there in the north they run the Rotax package a lot. And, you know, I see no reason why he should be the master of this package. And he is absolutely dominating out front right now. Lap after lap after lap. He's consistently within the 56s.
I mean, REM, they have been some of those loyal Rotax supporters of all. Nobody, the engine pack, the engine builders in there as well. You know, the whole Moncrief, you know, Bischoff, the whole family there. They know this motor. They are, make no mistake about it, you know, in all of North American racing, REM are right there at the very pinnacle of Rotax racing, have been, especially in the full-size karts, in your juniors, your seniors, and your DD2s, they are the team quite often to beat, and so it's proving again.
This time by closer to the end, 8 laps to go for Aiden Ingrata, who just set the fastest lap of the race. He took that away there from Finnegan Bailiff, whose personal best came back on lap number 9, closing in looking for a podium here. Finally, after it's been a while since he's stood on it, now looking to do so, chasing down Isaac Malcutt, one of the faster drivers on the racetrack as well here, Henry, continuing to go better. But the same for Malcutt, who's also going that little bit better. He's currently missing about a 1/10.5 in comparison to what Finnegan Bailiff has in that TKG Barrel Art. We'll see if it can hold. But the gap at the line, the last time they crossed, just under a second in between Finn and Ike.
You know, Finn Bailiff's go-kart looks super, super free off the exit corner. That inside wheel is lifting the perfect amount to me. You know, maybe they went to a different axle. Oh, we dropped the wheel there. But, you know, maybe they went with a harder axle. Maybe they went with a lower tire pressure. Maybe they changed the rear ride height. You know, there's a lot of things that we can do on these go-karts now these days to change the balance and change how the go-kart feels in the middle of the corner. But Finn Bailiff's go-kart looks hooked up right now. He's a man on a mission and getting vengeance from yesterday.
And especially in corners like that, right? You kind of talk about the different setups. Specifically, you were talking a lot about the rear. But to me, this track seems a lot more critical than others, and having that rolling speed center off of the corner, right? Turn number 2, turn number 3. You talk about the hairpins, right? Those low-speed corners. And then turn 11, to me, is one of the most important corners on the racetrack. Getting a good exit here, setting up something to make a pass on the exit of turn 11 as he just goes a little bit wide there, right? A rare mistake, but he's pushing, giving everything he's got.
Well,
and you're seeing it in the times as well, starting to come through.
Just as Marcelo was saying, yeah, that go-kart looks to be rotating in the corners perfectly. On that very lap, Finnegan Bailiff pops in a 56.303, fastest lap of the race. Now this could get tasty, this could get interesting. This is Boutillier and Macy Williams. Let's not forget, Boutillier has the ticket to Portugal at the moment by 24 points over Malcutt, by 32 points over Williams. But it could all change if they don't finish the race.
Yeah, 5 laps to go. This is definitely the critical point of the stage, especially for someone like Boutillier and Williams. Maybe Macy has gone a little higher on the tire pressure. Maybe she's been kind of plotting for, I'm going to hope for some traffic out the front. Maybe hopefully they're going to battle, and I'm going to fight my way through. Here's a good replay of the pass on Macy Williams on Boutillier.
That was much earlier.
He just gets up to the high side and onto the marbles. Everything off the racing line has been very hard to navigate, and you see it there. She's, has a nose down low, gets there, is there. Boutillier washes out wide, a little bit of contact, and then they're passing again. They're on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, so back and forth in between these two drivers.
Almost a carbon copy of the move, and I was going to say, are we looking at that replay to see how likely William Boutillier is to play nice with Macy Williams in that battle? And at the end of the day, he saw the gap, went for it, made the move stick. A corner later, look at that to the inside, and Williams sees him coming.
Beautiful pass. Clean move there out of William. And then again, making a move like that stick, not easy because you have to charge hard into the next corner, which is turn 14, but he set that up perfectly.
Here we go, Finn Bailiff knocking on the door of the podium. He's going to ask Malcolm major questions of this next corner here.
Indeed he is, has eyes at Malcolm.
And there he goes, he's going for it.
Yep. Well, question asked, answer given. Well, Finn Bailiff says wrong answer. And he goes through. Now he sets his sight on Blake Nash, who has been, Blake Nash hasn't set a personal best since lap 7, and we're now on lap 17. Is it fair to say that the setup on that factory kart is going the wrong way if he hasn't done a personal best in 10 laps?
Yeah, maybe maybe that go-kart's a little too stiff now and it's a little too gripped up. That steering wheel's getting heavy. The exit speed's getting lower. Blake's going to have to make some adjustments in the driving, or maybe he's just going to have to be a passenger and kind of fight for survival here. But Finn Bailiff is only 200ths off that last time, and he was on a passing lap too. That go-kart is on fire.
And this is one of the things to note as well for Blake Nash. This is going to be the longest run that he has done on the factory kart. You look back to yesterday, he wasn't able to kind of get that R&D, to get that development, to learn a little bit more of what the factory kart feels like on the long run. He wasn't able to get an idea of the tire pressure he needed to go out on, right? His longest session would have been the happy hour that I believe was 12 minutes long, and then even some of the pre-final races, Henry.
Yep.
But, these races, you said earlier, they're almost 20 minutes long what you're doing out there. That's a lot of wear and tear, a lot of time, and uncharted waters for Blake Nash that he wasn't able to experience yesterday, like the rest of the competition, like Finnegan Bailiff, who was able to go out there, miss it a little bit, come back to the garage, switch something overnight, adjust, and look to get better.
Yeah, no, exactly. Now, are we going to go from the depths of despair to a double podium for the Bailiff family today? Well, Bailiff Finnegan is third. Will he try and make the move a second? Up 18, Nash is going to defend. This opens the door. Now, the question has to be asked, if Isaac Malcutt can get up into P2, and if William Boutillier finishes behind Macy Williams in 7th position, which is where he currently is, Isaac Malcutt couldn't possibly take the DD2 ticket, could he? I wonder. Well, he's got a shot because Bailiff and Nash run each other wide. Now, Little Sizzle tries to take it 3 wide. We got less than 2 laps to go here at MCC Cincinnati, and we don't know who's going to finish where on steps 2 and 3 of the podium. We're not even sure where the second ticket to Portugal is going to go. Hold your breath, ladies and gentlemen. It ain't done yet.
Yeah, and Finnegan Bailiff was just able to hold on there around the outside of turn number 2 and quickly turning it into the inside of turn number 3, and Malcolm just had to make way. But here comes Sean Butcher, a new face in the battle for the podium here, looking to kind of spoil the party for Finn and Isaac alike. Sean could really put himself into the mix as Isaac Malquit with a deep set into turn 13 catches Finnegan Bailiff by surprise.
Okay, Isaac, you want a shot at it? He's going to give it a good go. That was a move. The youngest, the least expired, not least, but the youngest, the new kid on the block, showing a couple of true grandmasters how it's done. And Isaac Malquit gets that kart wound up like a top. Mike Doty Racing and the rest of the crew. Now, watch and wait. I wonder what the... Oh, it's going to get close. It's going to get close. Little sizzle on the podium. Think Blake Nash has just about done enough. But that was a decisive move. Half a lap to go.
Yeah, final couple of corners coming up here. Aiden Grata coming around the final sector in the tightest part of the track. He will for sure take the win here, and here shortly we will see either Malquit, Butcher, or Bailiff come out on top.
4 out of 4, though. A perfect score for Aiden Ingrata. He's your champion in senior Rotax.
He gets it done across the line in second as Blake Nash and Sean Butcher, through it all, emerges on the podium. He steals it from Malquit. He steals it from Bailiff and puts himself on the box in Cincinnati. But Aiden Ingrata, a perfect score in 2026 in Rotax competition in the America's Trophy. What a drive. What a way to get it done for Aiden Ingrata. Turn 2, decisive there. What a drive for the 315. Unbeaten in Rotax competition in the regular season.
And dominant as well. 5 seconds he put on the field. Yes, a couple of those are battling behind. Very interested to see how the battle for the final podium position eventually played out. Malquit had it. Butcher, Malquit had it. Bailiff wanted it. Butcher came out with it. We'll wait and see that. But the champion, here we go. Your shop8kr.com replay. Butcher. Oh. A collective O. From the thing says it all. Well, let's have a look. Gap open, gap close. Butcher then up on the curb at that point. Butcher had committed. And, well, that's that. Shop AKR replay. The good thing is about Car Chaser, they got cameras everywhere. The bad thing about Car Chaser, they got cameras everywhere. Nothing goes unseen. And what doesn't go unseen is the celebrations of that driver in purple and pink and the team in sleeveless purple and pink. Sleeveless seems to be the name of the game. You're sporting it as well, Marcelo.
Yeah, you know, sun's out, so sun's out, guns out. Let's get that tan going, boys.
Well, Aiden Ingrata is standing by with our very own Cameron Reed.
Perfect sweep of the championship. You had it locked up yesterday, but you still didn't take it easy. Pushed hard. Same result. How does it feel today?
It feels great. The Racing Edge Motorsports machine, great racing engines, did a phenomenal job. Derek, my mechanic, did very good. The car felt the best it did all weekend, to be honest. I could place it wherever I wanted to. But yeah, I mean, started second in the race, fell back to P3. Just managing my tires in the start, and then Blake went for a move, and luckily I was able to go by them. And yeah, after that, just hammer down, didn't look back, and overall got the win.
Super fast has got to be big for the team. You've got to be a little bit more excited today, but there you guys have it. Aiden Ingrata going to Portugal.
Yeah, indeed. That's a good description there. Hammer down, Marcelo?
Absolutely, yeah. That go-kart looked dominating. It was dominant throughout the whole final. I mean, from lap 1 to the end, he looked very comfortable. Like he said, he could place that go-kart anywhere he wanted, and to me, that go-kart looked on rails.
Well, they almost gave him the opportunity right as well, right? Turn number 2, you look at the move there. Blake Nash, Finnegan Bailiff, and it just shows you, right? Kept his head down, able to cross him up, able to get over and under him to get through. And the second ticket officially is, or unofficially, I should say, Stadiums with the drop, is going to head the way of Will Matillier. If it all stands, all provisional, with Macy Williams in third at the end of the championship.
Now, the way it works, Ingrata is going. Boutillier, you know, if he takes the ticket but then gets another ticket for winning something, I don't know exactly, there is a rule. There is a Rotax rule about the order in which you take your ticket. Sometimes it's the first ticket you earn, you take. So Boutillier could be about to go and make his DD2 debut. If for whatever reason, Boutillier can't take it, that pass for Macy Williams, 2 points, she would take the ticket. Boutillier, though, our newest member of Team Canada, is waiting.
Catch up with William here in the scale line. Clearly a little bit frustrated about that one, but as far as we know, our kart chaser math, which I can't guarantee it's going to be perfect, but from what we understand, you are the vice champion here, so you do have a potential to go run the DD2 in Portugal. So kind of talk me through your thoughts there of jumping into that thing.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the race didn't go the way I wanted. I wanted to win fair and square. I feel like I wasn't raced properly, but that's whatever. Yeah, I'm happy with this result. Can't wait to see the final maths, but yeah, DD2 is a new challenge, but I'm up for it and I'm ready to go.
Have you driven a DD2 at all, or is it going to start time to start practicing here soon?
I've tested one before, so I know how it is. Yeah, we'll just have to prepare our season in Canada with DD2 instead of senior, but that's fine.
Well, congratulations, and hopefully we'll see you in Portugal.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, Henry, I take you back to last year. Paulie Massimino won a DD2 ticket. He had never driven it before. Went to the grand finals, and he was inside of the top 10 for the majority of the weekend. Didn't get to watch the main event, but, I mean, he took to it quite quickly.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He did indeed. And the DD2, Rotax's Ultimate Class, well, William Boutillier gets to experience that. What a day it's been. From 3 wide in the micros to some heartbreak and 3 wheels in the FCs, to Mason Brody becoming Chief Brody in Mini. Everyone else had to say, okay, go. To the wheel-to-wheel action, Maxwell attack in juniors, and then the Ingrata show in seniors. It has been a wonderful, wonderful weekend here at MCC Cincinnati. 4 more tickets. I got to say, the broadcast has been fantastic for me. The information that you guys at Kart Chaser give out, wonderful. Tickets to Team USA, to Team Canada have been given out, Caleb. What a weekend, what a place. MCC Cincinnati, thank you.
Well, we're back here next week for the second round, the 3rd and 4th round as well for the non-pro classes of the SCUSA Pro Tour. From Henry Baudet, we thank you very much for joining us. From everybody at Rotax and all of us here at Kart Chaser, and Marcelo and Cameron Reed, who joined us with on-track action, our technical analyst in Marcelo. There was wins, there was donuts, and coming up next, there is going to be podium celebrations for race winning and championship celebrations. We thank you for joining us, and we hope you have a good night.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.